Good morning. Good, ready? Well, good morning, everybody. We're glad to be here for another one of our budget sessions. And thank you, staff. Thank you, council, for being here. This is one of our important annual traditions to address next year's budget. And to the city manager, directors, and staff, we appreciate the time and effort that goes into preparing this material, and everything that is behind this. The council strategy framework outlines our vision to move the city forward, and the budget is an essential part of putting all this action and our vision into place. So council, we started working on the budget in October when we held the budget kickoff workshop to outline our broad priorities for this upcoming year. We then held budget workshops in February and March to look at the economic factors and provide direction to staff on key policy issues. And all that previous work has been factored in the proposed budget and capital projects that we will be reviewing today. Chandler is known for careful and conservative fiscal planning amongst the dynamic state and local economic activity. And this continues to enable us to provide essential services and vital amenities to the Chandler community, all underneath the flavor and guidelines that council has put forth. I do want to thank our city manager and all of our departments for working diligently to ensure that we can provide all of those services in a cost-effective and fiscally sound ways. So today, directors from across our departments will provide briefings, and that word briefing has a keyword brief in the middle of it, on city operations and proposed capital improvement projects. We'll also hear from various proposals to tackle needs throughout the city to address challenges and discuss impacts to current operations. Council, it's my earnest goal to keep us on target and issue clear direction to the city manager and staff. If at time we need to give direction, then I will pause and make sure that we are clear, that council can understand what perhaps is the voice of a council member as opposed to what is the voice of council. And we'll probably be doing that if things come up at some point during the day. We also have a lot of presentations to get through today, and I know we want to be done sometime this afternoon, not this evening. So be thoughtful about your questions. Avoid repeating the same questions or comments. And if you agree with a fellow council member, simply indicate such, and that's going to be noted in the minutes as well. So with that, let me turn it over to our city manager to get the budget briefing started. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Appreciate you being here today for this great annual tradition, the all-day budget briefing. And we are thrilled that after many months of hard work, we are here at this important date. So with that, Mayor and Council, I am pleased to present you the fiscal year 2025-2026 proposed budget and the 2026 through 2035 capital improvement program for the city of Chandler. I want to thank the staff, particularly the budget division and the executive leadership team, for the extensive contributions they've made to preparing this budget. Mayor and Council, before we get into the proposed budget, I want to touch again on what makes Chandler different as a reminder of how we are able to weather the unique economic conditions we have seen over the last few months. First, our diversified economy, which has evolved over many decades. Our strong financial position and policies, relying on the council's direction of adhering to the city's financial policies, has allowed the city to be a AAA bond rated city by all three rating agencies, one of only 3 cities in Arizona to achieve this designation. This in turn allows for lower costs to provide the infrastructure and facilities needed by our residents. Our strong reserves, our dedication to managing ongoing expenditure growth, our emphasis on well-maintained infrastructure, our excellent public safety, and our wonderful quality of life, which make us more competitive for high-paying jobs and the economic investments in our community we have seen over the last few years as well. Strength in numbers is more than just the theme of this year's budget. It embodies the city of Chandler's commitment to sound financial practices and the collaborative spirit that drives progress. From elected officials to city departments to our engaged residents, every stakeholder plays a key role in advancing the strategic framework's focus areas. This direction has resulted in excellent fiscal sustainability, strong economic development, quality public safety, and well-built infrastructure. The FY 25-26 proposed budget is structurally balanced over the long and short terms and was prepared following the traditions of transparency and efficiency that have allowed the city to continue providing exceptional service levels the residents of Chandler have come to expect. The budget was also crafted with an emphasis on the council focus areas contained in the strategic framework. Directly linking the improvements and funding requests to these focus areas ensures we are meeting policy goals that have been set to ensure the needs of the public are met. Focusing on all of these areas ensures we are meeting a variety of needs across all aspects of the city. The proposed budget is the result of department directors and their teams reviewing and prioritizing services provided and capital projects planned and connecting them to the council strategic focus areas, using council guidance from the council budget kickoff last October, budgets workshops 1, 2, and 3 earlier this year, and the feedback received from residents during the budget survey and other means. The proposed FY 25-26 budget totals $1.629 billion. This figure represents a small decrease from the prior year of about 0.1% and is a fiscally prudent budget that focuses on core services, infrastructure, and using one-time revenues to continue long-term savings. The total operating budget increase was 4.1%, with a decrease on the capital side of 3.5%. And additionally, when isolating just the general fund, the increase is 6.6% overall, with 5.5% in operating and 9.9% in capital. Some of the operating budget highlights include balancing the needs of residents and the increasing cost environment that we have seen over the last few years, while keeping the property and transaction privilege tax rates low. To that end, as of this year, Chandler now has the lowest general sales tax rate in the entire state of Arizona. And yet we've been able to add funding to ensure we are competitive in the market for talent, including an up to $25 million payment of one-time dollars to ensure our public safety personnel retirement system obligations continue to be considered paid off, and ensuring ongoing funding remains available to meet other needs throughout the city. we've also maintained strong reserves. As we've previously discussed, several key factors are influencing this year's budget. These include a decline in certain revenue streams due to the state-mandated elimination of the residential rental tax that took effect in January of this year, the tapering off of economic activity as Intel's more than $30 billion expansion nears completion, and the ongoing impacts of inflation, which continue to drive both operational and capital costs. Focusing more specifically on expenditures, the budget reflects increased personnel costs as the city invests in its workforce, continues to fund aging infrastructure improvements, includes bond-funded capital projects approved by the voters, as well as grant-funded programs, and adds a larger one-time payment to PSPRS to ensure we maintain our fully funded status. During our first budget workshop, we received direction on the priorities we should use when looking at the use of ongoing revenues. These 5 areas were carefully considered as we structured this year's budget to meet expectations and put the city in a fantastic position to make investments in capital programs and reduce debt. Additionally, as discussed in budget workshop number 2, we engaged again in a modified zero-based budgeting exercise to ensure a thorough evaluation of current budget lines for 3 additional departments. This analysis ensures we are using existing resources to meet changing needs before adding budget capacity to a department. That exercise will continue in the next budget year as well, eventually making our way through all city departments on a rotating cycle. We will hear today from the directors and their leadership teams about the ongoing additions to the budget that will help meet service level expectations and move the city forward in several key areas, especially in our core technology needs, such as enterprise resource planning software and cybersecurity. You will hear of budget enhancements across the focus areas, but as you can see, a big focus was on technology, community safety, and quality of life for our residents. The long-term operating forecast manages these costs with revenue growth that aligns with actual economic conditions and keeps the city structurally balanced. In addition, the ongoing adjustments recommended allow for continued alignment of workforce needs with long-term service goals. We've been able to convert many of our successful one-time funded positions into permanent roles over the past few years, and this year we were able to add those to those successes. Of the 18 positions recommended for ongoing funding, 12 of them were previously supported with one-time funding, including grants, and have proven critical in delivering high-quality services to residents. Converting these positions will ensure we see no reductions in service as community needs remain high. In addition to these conversions, we are adding 6 new positions, 3 of which will support public safety, strengthening both the police and fire departments. 1 position each will be added in development services and the law department, funded either from revenues or a reallocation of existing budgeted savings. Finally, a senior water quality technician in the Water Enterprise Fund of the Public Works and Utility Department will enhance the delivery of safe, reliable water to our community. These new positions are a major decrease from last year's 48 approved new positions and represent only about a 1% increase in the size of the city workforce. Additionally, priorities were set in the October kickoff meeting for the use of our one-time funding as well, and those 4 guidelines were used to determine the best uses of our one-time dollars in this year's budget. From a one-time funding perspective, we were able to invest in technology projects, existing parks and athletic fields, public facilities, and public safety needs ranging from equipment to technology to health and wellness programs. This budget also maintains strong reserves, including the 15% general fund contingency reserve and the budget stabilization reserve of $10 million. In keeping with our commitment to transparency, maintaining sound financial policies, finding ongoing efficiencies, and supporting essential services and infrastructure maintenance, this budget aligns with the priorities established by the mayor and council, as well as the input we've gathered from residents over the past year. This is a structurally balanced budget, responsibly allocating ongoing funds to ongoing needs and one-time funds to one-time expenditures. It emphasizes core services, voter-approved projects, infrastructure investment, and it capitalizes on long-term opportunities that will position us well for future economic adjustments. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Don Lang, our Deputy City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, and Matt Dunbar, our Budget and Policy Director, to provide you with additional information related to the proposed budget. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Mayor. Councilmember Orlando.
I'm looking through the slides here. When you be talking about PSPRS, I have some questions on that. I could do that now, or you could do it later. I don't know if you have a specific slide on PSPRS.
Yeah, go ahead.
You'd rather do now? Perfect.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so, we've been the envy, quite frankly, of the Valley in the last few years about paying PSPRS. And now we see a $25 million one-time additional cost. Can you kind of give us a little more explanation of where that's coming from?
Sure. Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, we have been saying that we are paid off. And that certainly is through the analysis that we've done. We get a modeler from the public safety retirement that loads all the actuarial assumptions. And the year going into the 24-25 budget, that modeler said how much to pay off. The problem is it is a projection. And that projection is in delay. It's a 1 year behind because it's all based on the actuarial report that comes out later in the year that looks back. And so the activity from that prior year resulted in some investment loss. It also resulted in some change of assumptions that actually costed cities more. So with those changes, those additional changes, it did require some additional one-time money to maintain that payoff. So we are including it in there. We're not sure that we're going to need the full 25 million. That is an estimate. But because we haven't even received the modeler from PSPRS as of this year to recalculate it. But we are putting that in as a hold. And then when that actuarial report comes out in November that tells us the results of the prior year, just through June 30th, 2025, we will know how much we need to pay to ensure that we continue to maintain a payoff in the PSPRS.
So thank you for clarifying that, because
You're
again, it's just a placeholder,
It is,
and we have not seen the actuary tables yet. It
correct,
could be lower, hopefully not higher, but let's just assume it'll be a little bit lower, correct?
correct.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And Don, just a follow-up on that. So I think this council has been extremely prudent, and I've been very proud of the way everyone has wanted to both ensure that our police liability is paid off, but also if we did not pay this would then include higher interest and everything else, right? So we are paid off, but this is just the annual payment, which is abnormally high from a normal scenario, right?
Yes, Mayor, I'm glad you brought that up, because the importance of what Mayor and Council have done through the years to ensure the payoff of what we keep referring to as the unfunded liability, that is the part that is not funded into the future for both our police and fire personnel. Chandler has made a concerted effort to pay that down, and by doing so, we pay through payroll, our bi-weekly or bi-monthly payrolls. We have to pay an annual contribution into the public safety retirement fund on behalf of all of our sworn personnel. And that ongoing rate, that percentage that we pay of their wages, is very high if you have a very high unfunded liability. They tack on kind of like a credit card that has accumulated a lot of additional interest. It's kind of like that in a way. They tack on this big payment on top of what your normal contribution to retirement is. So by doing so over the years, Mayor and Council have really brought down, using one-time dollars, brought down our ongoing payment into the PSPRS retirement system, and has saved well over $9 million ongoing. And that has really helped us fare well as we've been through the reduction of residential transaction privilege tax that was mandated by the state. That was really how we were able to, with the loss of over $11 million in revenue, how we were able to really keep our budget in balance by bringing down those ongoing costs. So kudos to Mayor and Council on that.
Okay. All right, seeing no additional, please proceed.
All right, well, it looks like it's my turn, and I have to tell you, it's hard to temper the excitement when we get to this day. Every year, I've been here 18 years, and every year, I don't know why, we go into this day, and it's kind of like the Super Bowl of our budget season. So there you go. I am excited. Our theme this year is strength in numbers, and I love that theme because it starts with our residents, and the strength in numbers of our residents that love our community and give back to our community is huge. And that's part of what makes our city so successful, along with the mayor and council who truly cares about our community, along with our directors who really care, our team Chandler and members of our departments. But I would like at this point just to give kudos to our budget division. Matt, Enrique, Sylvia, Helen, Savannah, Lucy, and Kat that are all sitting at this front table, and along with a lot of budgeteers that are in our departments that help pull this entire proposed budget together over months of work. So thank you. Thank you for all your work on this. Yes, exactly. All right, so moving along, the city manager has given a wonderful overview of the proposed budget. Now we're just going to go just a little deeper, but this is a macro level of our budget. I like this slide because this tells, if you just want to know at a very high level where the money comes from to fund every bit of our operations and capital in the city of Chandler, this is the slide to look at. So between 2024-25, the current year we're in, adopted budget, compared to what's being proposed for 25-26. The budget is just slightly down. We're still at about 1.63 billion. But when you break that down a little bit, and just to, again, to say what I mean by macro level, we have 64 funds that we manage in the city of Chandler. And those are both operating and capital funds. And this representation is all those funds rolled up to the top. And it helps us to really understand what's happening with our revenues. So again, operating and capital, we have, I'm not going to go through every single color on here, but we have fund balance, grants, state shared revenues, local taxes, utility fees or charges that come into the enterprise funds, property tax, other charges, and system development fees. But I'll only point out a couple that are changing significantly. One is fund balance, you'll see in blue. The current year, it's a very sizable number, 872 million. But then when you move into the proposed, that has been reduced to 562. Those are idle funds that are in our fund balance of all those 64 funds that are being used and appropriated in the budget when you see where the money goes. And you'll notice too, in 25-26, there's a gray section that is not in the prior year. That gray section represents bonds. Those bonds are an important part of our capital program that fund almost 73% of our capital program. It's both our general obligation bonds as well as excise tax revenue obligations that fund our water and wastewater program. So, excuse me, we sell bonds every other year. So we didn't sell last time. It was back in November 2023. So that blue, that very large blue section in 24-25 includes bonds that are still in the fund balance that are supporting our capital projects. In the proposed budget, that fund balance has been drawn down and we're adding a new bond sale. So you kind of put that together. The other section I'd like to point out is, let's see, most of them are pretty even when you go through, and really some of the changes are more in the general fund, which we'll jump into later, so I don't want to be repetitive. But one part that I think we could point out is utility charges. Those are the enterprise funds. Those are all self-supporting: water, wastewater, solid waste, and reclaimed. Those enterprise fund charges, those utility charges, fully support the operations and capital of those funds. And you'll notice there is an increase in those, about $12 million. And that is a direct result of fee increases that we have built in that will be discussed later in this presentation. The next slide explains now where the money goes. And again, reminding that this is all 64 funds, operating and capital perspectives. So we're looking at it all combined. And I'll point out again just a couple of these categories that maybe have changed a little bit more. The blue section is our department operating. That includes both, again, well, this is just the operating portion. So you'll notice that has gone up about 36 million. And we've talked about that $25 million PSPRS payment. But Josh also highlighted many of the decision packages, the majority being one-time packages, but there was some ongoing. All of that combined together is what's causing the increase in the blue section. When you go, and I should mention here that many of the decision packages, or the majority, are to maintain our service levels. And it's really coming off of a period of high inflation, and the departments have been very successful in reviewing what they're currently doing and making sure that they're right sizing their budget through these budget requests. And you'll hear about that a lot today. The next couple sections is the maroon and gray. Those are combined. I like to look at those combined because it's both capital carry forward and new capital. Altogether, that has gone up, or gone down, I'm sorry, about 30.8 million. And really, that's just kind of fluid with our capital plan and what comes on in that 10th year. Or I'm sorry, this is just the first year, not the 10-year plan. So in the first year, what moves over into capital and what shifts up into the year of the proposed budget. I should mention too that for all funds, it is important that the state of Arizona requires that we appropriate for all the what ifs. So we do have a high amount of reserves and contingencies that are reflected here in green. And why capital carry forward is as significant as it is, because any capital project in process, that appropriation has to be reappropriated. Whatever we believe has not been completed in the current year we're in, we have to carry that forward and reappropriate it. So the capital can be significant just with the nature of capital projects and the time it takes to complete them. All right, just carving out general fund. I'll mention a couple things here. If you look at our largest fund, which is general fund, this presentation rolls up not only the operating fund for general fund, but the general funded capital fund, as well as the debt service fund. So we've got, again, a cross-section of all the revenues that fund our general operations, operating and capital. Just a little more to say here on local taxes and license fees, since I didn't mention that in the overviews in order to not be repetitive. But in this case, you're seeing our local taxes and license fees that are noted in blue go up about 5.5 million. And the reason those are going up is we've had some wonderful development, and a lot of credit goes to economic development and their team. But even our large industrial users have now come online, and they have increased the utility transaction privilege tax. And that can now be recognized because it is online, it's being used, and it has now been included in our projection. But because we have an increase there, we also have other categories that are still seeing slight growth. And then, of course, we also have a reduction in regards to our residential rentals. So you put all of those ups and downs in there, and we still have an increase overall, ongoing and one time, of 5.5 million in that category. So that's good news. Then if you shift over, we also have our general fund balance. We've talked a lot about that at our various council work sessions. But that one-time money coming into general fund during this period, council's been able to use towards the public safety retirement payoff, more capital projects that perhaps we don't have bond authorization for, like our technology area, or other capital projects that we've been able to divert from bond funding into general fund. So it's been a very successful few years in maximizing that use of one-time dollars. So general fund balance is still being used and has increased to the tune of 23.4 million in use of those funds. And then moving along into state shared, this is the full transition to the flat tax. This is the year that we are now fully in receiving it based on flat tax. So we've fared that entire transition very well. And we do have a slight reduction in that and a slight increase in our state shared sales tax. But altogether, it's very minimal. It's a reduction overall in our state shared of 1.3 million, but we're now at a complete transition to our flat tax in our urban revenue sharing. And I think I will mention too on the debt service charge, oops, that's on the next slide. The property tax, sorry, go back to property tax in yellow. you can see that that's pretty flat, and that is a result of our assessed values really not changing much this year due to a House bill that went into effect that took 2 years. We're always 2 years behind on our property tax, but you'll notice that that revenue collection is very flat. And we'll talk more about property tax later, so I won't get into that right now, but I did want to point that out. On the next, where the money goes, this is how we spend our general fund dollars, the majority being our department operating. And then the next, of course, being our capital carry forward and new capital and contingencies and reserves. Our financial policy does require a 15% of our operating revenues in general fund be set aside for those what ifs in every budget year. If that is not used, it simply falls back into fund balance and gets reappropriated in the following year. And then finally, that debt service. I did want to point out that as well. It's typically pretty consistent from year to year. You'll notice in green, the adopted amount prior year and the proposed coming up is very similar. And that is a result of every other year we sell bonds, but every year we are paying off debt. If we sell bonds and add new debt, we try to keep that debt service payment nice and consistent, supported by an unchanged secondary tax rate. All right. The next slide shows total actual expenditures compared to the adopted or proposed budget. So this is kind of interesting, but like I mentioned, in the state of Arizona, we have to appropriate for all those what ifs. So we did want to show just, it seemed when you hear the number 1.63 billion, it is a large number, but it is important to understand that that appropriation has to be there for those things that could happen during the year. And the large capital appropriation, because in the state of Arizona, we're required to appropriate for the full amount of that contract in year one, and why then we have to carry forward if that project takes a 3-year period. You'll see that appropriation each year. But that is a result of this. So you'll notice we went back to 2021, the adopted budget, compared to what is actually spent each year is almost 50% of the total. 55.9 is the average spending over the last 4 years. But I think that's just a really interesting part of the budget when you look at the total appropriation throughout the year. Mayor and Council is making decisions on spending that come forward through our council meetings and being very deliberate about how our budget is spent even after it's adopted. Okay, so with the general fund being our largest operating fund, we do spend a lot of time forecasting and projecting into the future. So we're going to talk a little bit about our ongoing revenue and our fund balance projection. So we have to make some assumptions when we're setting the general fund budget. And the revenue assumptions that we made in 25-26 proposed budget is 82% of our revenues are considered ongoing and 18% as one-time. We actually go through all of our revenue line items in the budget and review them for whether they're considered ongoing or one-time. Will they be there every year into the future? And that's so important to us because if it is locked in as ongoing, that's the amount of money that we feel is available for those ongoing expenditures. And because we are a city, it is an operating, or it is a service really focused city. Those costs, the majority of them are our personnel, our people, and it's important that we're very careful about not setting that too high and making decisions that then lock in people to those revenues. So it is a deliberate decision that we make each year, and it's a pretty big spread still, and a lot of that is still the result of what is happening in our community in regards to development. Moving on into the expenditures, the personnel assumptions in our forecast, we not only estimate the first year of employee wage and benefit adjustments, but we also add in projections in the next 4 years as well. And then, of course, we'll review if there's personnel or position changes that are needed. And as City Manager discussed, there are a total of 18 positions, but in general funds, there are 17 that are reflected. Many of those, the majority, are converting one-time funded They always existed, but one-time funded over to ongoing, and some partial revenue and reallocation of expenditure budgets. And then finally, the one-time additional payment, of course, is included in our personnel numbers as well. And then jumping down to operations and maintenance, the department requests included, I mentioned this already, but really maintain our service levels. That was the focus as we've continued to deal with inflation and the CIP related O&M, because we will not do a capital project unless we know we can pay for it. And there are some coming online, and that O&M is also coming online with our ongoing expenditures. The next slide reflects our forecast in a line graph. This shows the 5-year forecast. Total revenues are reflected in the blue line, and the ongoing portion of those total revenues are reflected in the red line. You'll see that gap in the middle are all the revenues that come in that are considered one-time, that are used for one-time operating, one-time capital, those types of things. And then we have our expenditures noted in, ongoing expenditures noted in the orange line at the bottom. Our goal is to keep that orange line below the red line. That's very important. And we are what we're calling structurally balanced. That is the terminology used, that your ongoing revenues support your ongoing expenditures over a 5-year forecast. We're not dipping into one time to pay for ongoing. So we are structurally balanced. I did want to mention also, we do have built in a $10 million budget stabilization reserve. This is not appropriated. This is on paper. This is part of our financial policy that states you have the ability to state whether or not you will set aside a budget stabilization reserve. This year, we discussed through our work sessions that it would be $10 million. That represents money that if something happens during the year, say there's been talk about a recession, it's out there, it's 50-50. We don't know whether a recession could or could not happen. There's a lot of unknowns at the federal level that really can change the economy very quickly. This budget stabilization reserve will allow us to pull from fund balance to supplement revenues. Should our revenues not come in at the level we expect, it really kind of fills the gap so that the operations of the city can continue as they are. And that will give mayor and council and staff time to really look at our budgets and figure out where thoughtful reductions need to take place should something happen in the future, or even if the federal or the state changes something mid-year that is unexpected in our revenues. So it's a very positive, I think, financial policy that has served us well over time and even in our past recession. And finally, before I turn it over to Matt, I did want to mention our one-time dollars, our projection. Our general fund balance currently is at, we're estimating we will end the year around $331 million. This slide shows in blue our projection that after appropriating the use of those one-time dollars for operating and capital and some economic development contracts, if you were to spend every dollar of that appropriation, this would be our fund balance at the end of each of those years. And our financial policy does require that by the end of this forecast, that we cannot fall below a minimum reserve equal to 4 months of our ongoing revenues. So that calculation was completed, and that number is $101.8 million, and we are ending the 5-year period at 127. So we're in a good position in Chandler to weather the storm or any challenge that may come along. So with that, I'll turn it over to Matt Dunbar.
All right.
Mayor, real quick.
Good morning, Mayor. Oh, go ahead.
Councilmember Orlando.
We're gonna have to hold off on your joke, right, Matt?
That's right. Yeah. Keeping suspense.
He was
Can you
all
go back
ready.
one slide, Dawn? Yeah, this looks a lot rosier than it did 2 years ago. So that's, and through other things we're doing, obviously, cost avoidance, and as well as revenue stream that's coming into the city. So that's the good news there. The 379 million, the delta between that, remind me again why we have that delta there?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is the analysis we do every year that determines whether revenues are ongoing or one time. So if we have like happening in our city with our largest industrial development happening, there's been a lot, there's I think 8,000 contractors on site using our motels, our restaurant and bars and everything. When that project is done, that's going to change what we're collecting on transaction privilege tax. They're going to all leave. They're going to leave our hotels and restaurants and everything, and it will affect that. So that portion of collection we have to estimate, and we put that in the one-time bucket. So a lot of it is in
Okay.
that contracting, but then we have to look at each category very carefully.
So that's more one-time dollars.
Those are one-time.
It's heavier on one-time dollars versus ongoing, is what you're saying.
It carves out the portion of the total revenues that we believe will not be there in the future.
Got it. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you for
Yeah, just
clarifying.
one
Thanks, Mayor.
clarification. So the 344 and the 379, it's 344, and then just the difference is the ongoing. So the 379 is total revenue. 344 is the ongoing portion of the 379.
Okay, so that delta is the one-time.
One-time portion.
Thank
the
you for
one
reminding
times
me.
that
Appreciate
delta
that.
between them.
The one-time portion.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
That's, you roughly estimate about 18% annually of one-time dollars over our general to make up our budget. So
That's correct, Mayor. In the proposed budget, it's at 18%, but as it moves through the years, it's going to start to narrow.
Sure.
So it'll get closer probably to 93% ongoing, and then the difference one time.
great.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Harris.
And also, we have to consider our sales tax and where we are with the sales tax. And can you kind of let us know how, in terms of delivery from the state through the collected shared sales tax distribution, are we currently at, how far behind is the state in terms of delivering the dollars that we have provided?
Through the
sales
mayor,
tax.
Councilmember Harris, we have a very good partnership with the state, and how they manage that state shared sales tax works very fluidly. So once they do their collection, they do the calculation, and we get it the following month. So that's happening regularly. And right now, the state is projecting a fairly strong state shared sales tax. Our projection is below their estimate. We always we look at our local economy and we budget our local sales tax, but when we look at the state, we have to take into consideration a lot of other factors. So we typically estimate our state shared slightly lower than what the state is estimating that we're going to receive. But it is close, but slightly below. So we're being very careful about not projecting too aggressively on that. But it is still strong.
So basically we still have, so even within the budget of being fiscally prudent, there is some built-in revenue generation that could happen, but because we're fiscally prudent and we are approaching the budget in a way that if the unknowns happen, there could be revenue coming in from here, and there could be additional income. But instead of estimating at the level in which the state says, hey, there's going to be a strong amount of sales revenue being redistributed back down to us, we're going to slightly go underneath that amount so that way we can stay strong just in case they over project, and we can be in a column that we feel is safe.
That is correct,
All right,
Councilmember.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, it's great to be with you, Mayor and Council. Today, as Don mentioned, for us, it is kind of like the Super Bowl. And for me, it's kind of bittersweet because I have to tell you, I have a problem. I'm addicted to money. And the biggest problem with being addicted to money, withdrawals. So today, all the department directors are going to be talking to you about some of the requests that they have. And to me, those are some of those withdrawals. But, you know, we'll make it through. We'll make it through the day today. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the enterprise funds and the analysis that we have, that we've done. And we were requested to have some additional slides today, just for primarily the public's information about kind of the methodology and the rate discussion that we have on enterprise funds. So we'll talk through that. There's no decisions that are needed today. We'll be having additional conversations with Mayor and Council starting in July and August. We'll have work sessions, et cetera. But we will discuss kind of what the methodologies are and what the revenue requirements are looking like going forward. We'll have those discussions again with Mayor and Council July, August. Public outreach on this will start in September. And then we anticipate an effective date for these rates in about March of 2026. So as Dawn mentioned, she showed you kind of the graph that shows fund balance for the general fund. And we do the same process for our enterprise funds as well, for water, wastewater, reclaimed, and solid waste. And keeping in mind that these funds are self-supporting. So the water enterprise fund, the revenues generated from the water bills that we create, fund that fund only. They don't cross into wastewater and they don't cross into the general fund. It's just for the water needs. As you can see, the fund balance has some planned reductions through capital projects and programs that we're utilizing fund balance for over the next couple of years. The same on wastewater. Reclaimed, while that's the only one that's growing, when you look at that total column, we're still under $1 million in reclaimed. So, it is a slight increase, but we're trying to maintain the operating reserve that we have in that fund as well. And we've got some additional costs that are going into that fund, so that operating reserve is going up a little as well. And then solid waste, just a gentle kind of decline there. When you look at those rates, the anticipated rate needs that we have over the next couple of rate plan, we do adjustments every other year, as Don mentioned. For the next fiscal year, we're looking at a 15% on the water side, same 15% on wastewater, 18% in reclaimed, and a 6% on the solid waste side. Those are the initial proposed rate adjustments when we look at the revenue requirement to make sure that fund stays stable in the out years. We do a 10-year projection on these. We do a 5-year projection on general fund, but utilities, because of all of the capital needs that they have, the heavy and sometimes large capital projects, we make sure that in the even longer years, we're making sure that that rate is sufficient to meet the year 8, year 9, year 10 in the long run and ensure sustainability. We do have operating reserves in each of those funds, 20% for water, wastewater, reclaimed, and a smaller reserve in solid waste, as the majority of that is all contractual. So we can have a smaller reserve there. And then the costs associated with what's making these changes to the rates, we've talked about with Mayor and Council in a prior work sessions, work session 3 on the budget. But just a reminder for the public of the important aspect of our infrastructure that's aging in Chandler. So I think this slide really shows it well when you look at the actual chart of when the infrastructure went in the ground for water, wastewater, utilities. In the 70s and 80s, the 80s really started to pop, significant amounts in the 90s and 2000s. And when you look at the life of those assets that are in the ground, we do have some that are coming to end of useful life and need replacement to make sure that we have consistent clean water and ability to remove wastewater and treat it. On the water side, some of the operating cost increases and aging infrastructure cost increases that we're focusing on and that are driving that rate change that's needed. We have about 187 miles that are considered highest, high, or moderate risk water mains that will need to be replaced. So we're planning a 30-year replacement of those. In our CIP, we also include a significant project for a 48-inch transmission line, which will reduce, we have kind of a single point of failure feeding West Chandler and a majority of our residents and businesses in that area. And that single point of failure is a concern for John Knutson, keeps him up at night. So that project, while large in nature, will really help include or increase that redundancy that we have for this critical infrastructure that we have. And John can sleep. I can't retire yet, but he'll be able to sleep, so that'll be good. Also, from the operating perspective, we have water purchase costs, which are escalating. So we do have to purchase that water that we treat and then deliver to our residents and businesses. And those costs are increasing. And then treatment costs for chemicals, power, and our personnel costs are all escalating as well. So those are some of the drivers on the water side. For wastewater, a similar story. We have 10 miles of high-risk lines and 7,000 manholes that are considered highest, high, or moderate risk that will need rehabbed over the next 30 years. Those are included in our CIP plans. In fact, Helen Parker, who runs kind of our CIP operations there, she looks out 20 years for that capital plan and makes sure that the rate is sufficient to meet the needs over the next 20 years from a fiscal sustainability perspective. We also have a very significant project there, a new 66-inch that goes under the Loop 202, allows for the existing pipe to be rehabbed, and then we have some aging plant work that needs to be done. We also have on the operating side treatment chemicals, power, and personnel costs that are all escalating. In looking at the needs from an enterprise perspective, we have what we call a revenue requirement, that 15% water, 15% wastewater, that we need to see the revenues grow by that amount to make sure that we're fiscally sustainable. But that revenue requirement doesn't necessarily get distributed to all of our classifications of customers equally. We do what's called a cost of service analysis. The last time we did a cost of service analysis was back in fiscal year 2019-20. And it was based on that data that we're currently running on that cost of service analysis. And a lot has changed over those last 5 years, but the cost of service looks at the revenue requirements and looks at each of those classifications, whether it's residential, multifamily, non-residential, industrial, or landscape, and looks at the actual cost impact they have on the system, and then attributes that revenue requirement to them in a manner in which makes the most sense. So it shifts really that cost of burden to those different classifications based on the burden they have on our system. For our cost of service, we complete those every 5 to 7 years. And really, the industry standard is to do a cost of service analysis to make sure that we are fair and equitable in our approach to charging our different customer classifications. And it does more accurately reflect what the actual costs are for providing services to each of those classifications of customers. So when we incorporate that cost of service analysis into the rate revenue requirement that we have, really we have 3 options that we'll be talking about with you as we go into these discussions. The first is to look at that cost of service analysis we did back in fiscal year 19-20 and stick with it, stay the course. When we initially adopted that, Mayor and Council direction was we want to go to full cost of service. And so we have been doing that. This planned for 3 rate adjustments to get us into alignment with cost of service. We've done 2 of those. This will be the last one. However, this approach would not really take into consideration some of the inflationary impacts and other changes that we've seen over the last couple of years. So to keep it consistent with cost of service, we may get ourselves out of alignment again if we stick with the 1920 data going forward. So we have an alternative to that. What if we did an implemented blended cost of service and across the board? And really what that does is it looks at the revenue that we anticipated we would need in 1920 for this next fiscal year, 25-26. We had planned rate adjustments, and we say, let's say we needed $3 million. We will take our $3 million requirement and we're going to allocate it cost of service as prescribed in the study. And then any balance remaining, if there's another $2 million that needs to be allocated, we'll allocate it equally across all of the classifications. So it's taking into account, yes, we knew we would need some revenue requirements. Let's keep that cost of service element consistent. But with all the inflationary impacts and other things, we want to just allocate that to all of the users. That's a blended rate. And then we also have the third option, which is just across the board, taking into account that because of the significant changes, maybe now is the time to say, let's do a 15% for each of the classifications, generate the revenue requirement. And when we do our next cost of service study, we'll be able to incorporate all of those impacts we've seen over the last couple of years and the significant increases in our capital plan and make sure that we're in alignment with our cost of service. So those will be the 3 options we're discussing more fully as we go throughout the year. Just as a reminder, Tempe each year, they provide some interesting analysis on the cost of services that cities provide to their residents. And this is just looking at the water, wastewater, and solid waste services for their last study that they did in July of 2024. We're looking forward to July 2025 when we'll have a new analysis. But this shows kind of where Chandler is in comparison for these 3 main components of a resident's bill. So from a residential perspective, Chandler is the lowest cost for providing those services, and arguably, very good quality services that we provide for a very low cost. If we were to take that Chandler rate and apply it across what this change might look like for the different classifications of customers, if you look at a sample residential bill for the city of Chandler, there's a lot of detail on this slide, so I'll try to just hit some highlights. Each one will be in a similar format, but you'll see Chandler at our current rate, kind of further on the left-hand side. Then we have that option of a full cost of service. The first percentage is what that would go up for water. The next percentage, so 0 would be wastewater, and then 6% represents the solid waste. So it's water, wastewater, solid waste in that order. If we were to do that blended approach, what those rates would be. So a residential customer for water would go up 9.8%, wastewater would go up 5.8%, and still the same 6% on solid waste. And then if we did just across the board, 15%, 15%, and 6%, and what the differential would be for each of those bills, anywhere ranging from a $3 increase to about a $9 increase in total for a Chandler resident in their utility bill. That's what's proposed in the proposed budget at that 15%. We also have an alternate rate we've looked at and been working with our partners in Public Works at if we were to slow some of that spending on some of those capital needs to kind of address that rate issue. What could we slow down and what would that do to the rate? So we do have an alternate rate where that 15% goes down to 14% for water. The 15% on wastewater goes down to a 13.5% revenue requirement on wastewater. No change to solid waste. So that takes into account that adjustment to bring those rates down. Now, because this is rounded to the nearest dollar, it looks like it's the exact same no matter which one you do. There is anywhere from a 5-cent to an 82-cent difference between these rates, but because of the rounding, it just doesn't really show up there. But there is a bit of a difference on a monthly.
And Matt, I know, except you've got Gilbert because they've already posted, which has been a large increase, but except I've heard Scottsdale is not tweaking this much this time, but pretty much every other city is also going to be, if you showed us this 2 months from now, the delta between Chandler and whatever we do with our projected rates is still going to be extremely under every other because they've not also included their rates, right?
That's correct, Mayor. So where we have known increases, we've incorporated those into those cities, but there are still other changes that we know are coming in many of these cities that will alter that. So we'll still be well under the average charge for these valley cities.
Councilman Orlando.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, you touched on my first question about looking at other ways of modeling this. I certainly appreciate that. And I know we're even looking at a further rate potentially for solar and other things that might drive this rate down. So this is more discussion on this, I guess, that we have to understand. So I don't hope it doesn't go out and say 15% increase because we are working on different ideas of how to do this. But my second question is more importantly is, are we looking at doing a cost of service next year?
Through the mayor, council member, not next year, in the following year. So this next year is our last cost of service alignment, and then we'll start that process again in the year following.
How long does a cost service survey take?
They usually take anywhere from 8 to 12 months. The last one took much longer because of right in the middle of COVID, and so that put a slowdown on when we could meet and how often we could meet and all of that. So we anticipate about an 8 to 12 month process for the next one.
Okay, and maybe we could talk more about another cost of service survey, moving that up a little bit because of the inflationary times we're at, but then we're looking at potentially recession times. I don't know if that's a good sweet spot to be doing something like that or wait, but we're always going to have to deal with an economy. So whether but we could talk more about that in July and August, I would think. Thanks, Mayor.
All right, this next slide takes that same information and looks from a multifamily customer's perspective and what that change would be. There's kind of one that stands out. We triple checked using the calculator on that town's website to verify that information, and that is their updated rate as of April 1st. But you can see that Chandler still is on the low end of the scale for a multifamily unit. While this one does go up more significantly, this is a breakdown of a average 500,000 gallons, 6-inch meter, and 150 unit apartment complex, let's say. But Chandler's still maintaining its low cost of providing services there. If you were looking at non-residential and average business in the city of Chandler, this is where it changes a little bit because we have a more significant, if we do full cost of service on non-residential, the wastewater side will see an almost 42.5% increase. So more substantial increase on the cost of service, full cost of service in this classification, and going down from blended and then across the board. So across the board is more beneficial in this category just because of the higher cost we are trying to attribute to this category through cost of service.
Mayor?
With the multifamily, that's really a business, and that typically would get passed along to the residents. So you answered that question, that that's kind of a typical 150
Unit.
unit.
Mhm.
So a quick calculation on the lowest is like, that's about $9 a unit. Is that what you're finding across the board, that it's fairly similar to what a typical single-family home increase would be too?
Correct. Through the mayor, council member, that's correct. It keeps it in line, but recognizing that multifamily has some additional adjustments or impacts we're trying to correct with cost of service. So it's slightly higher than on the residential side.
What kind of impacts?
The last cost of service determined that some of their impacts for the need of infrastructure were different than a typical residential customer, specifically on the landscape side of their what they do, the not landscape meters, but the potable meters that provide landscape services to them. And I'd have to review the cost of service study to pick out some of the other criteria, but they evaluated the total impact of this group and said they need to be slightly paying higher.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. All right, so when we go back to that Tempe cost of service and we look at overall cost of services, so not only do they look at water, wastewater, solid waste costs for an average resident, but they take into account the property tax that a resident would pay and the sales tax that a resident would pay. Now, this hasn't been updated since we know some cities that are kind of lower on the scale have increased their transaction privilege tax rate, so that will change their position or status in this chart. Chandler has not. We're maintaining the lowest tax, as city manager mentioned, of 1.5%. And still, as of 2024, Chandler, a very low cost to our residents to provide high quality services as they pay for the costs associated with those services to the city.
Matt, what I like about this is that, we acknowledge that cost of service is increasing. It's just expensive to provide clean potable water and the services. But I really like that slide in the sense it still shows that Chandler is uniquely poised to say what we bring to our residents is the lowest cost of service. And while everything else is going up, it's a bit of a comparison game. And while we're aware and cognizant of people's pain points, to me, this speaks really loudly as we hear you, but we're still able to give you the lowest cost of service regardless of raising costs. So I really like this slide. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. And to piggyback off that, I think, one thing it does show is that even though costs are increasing and we want to make sure that those enterprise funds stay solvent, because it's important for future residents that we have quality infrastructure and quality utilities in 10 years from now. We want to make sure that today's paying their share of that going forward. But we are able to do it in a way that's very user friendly from a cost perspective. There are costs associated, but I was talking with my sister just the other day. She lives in Texas and she was complaining about her water bill in Texas. She lives on the green side of Texas where there's lots of water, and her bill is $130 a month. And she's like, "Oh, it just went up. It's $130." I was like, "Man, you move out to Chandler because ours is only, $75. So save some money, move out to Chandler." She's almost convinced, but she's not quite there. So one of the other components that they look at when they do that analysis is the property tax rate for the city of Chandler. In the proposed budget as it stands right now, we do have the property tax remaining flat, and the median effect to a homeowner of a median value home in Chandler would be about $1.10 per month, based on the current limited property values from the assessor's office. So in total, $13.22 per year, about $1.10 per month of an increase. With that, though, we have heard that a property tax reduction may be warranted. And so we looked at, if we were to remove from the primary property tax side any increase that would come, we would be able to reduce the rate 0.0008 and remove any of that net new income from that and be able to reduce the property tax. Even though it's a very small amount, it removes that excess revenue that we're receiving on the primary side, or additional revenue received on the primary side. And the net effect of that would be another small discount or decrease to about $1.08 per month increase for the median value homeowner in Chandler, based on limited property values. So I think from our perspective at this time, Mayor, we would look for some direction on this as we move forward to the proposed budget that we'll bring forward to you in a couple of weeks at council meeting. Would you like us to incorporate that reduction of property tax into the budget, or shall we leave the budget as the proposed flat rate for our property tax?
Thank you. Councilman, we looked at this earlier. I know we're kind of all over the map, but many of you wisely wanted to really wait till we came to this point and have a better view of the entire thing. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor?
Councilmember Poston.
I like this idea and this plan, and I do want to extend a lot of gratitude to staff because we said I had asked for that, and I think other council members did too. Please find ways to mitigate some of the effects that I think are coming with the current economy to our residents when we have a budget of this size. And you guys got creative and did it, so I appreciate that, and I'm in favor of this.
I am too. Other council members? Councilmember Orlando says he's good. Others? Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Josh, when we sat down in our one-on-one and we went over this and looking at the effort that has been made in order for us to arrive at this was really what impressed me. First of all, to be able to see it, it was not just, okay, we'll just leave it flat. That's what we decided we might be able to do. What I really would like to say this morning is the people of Chandler probably, I mean, the point, whatever we are giving them, it's not really going to affect them in such a great manner than we expected it will be. But what I think the message we are sending is that every penny that we are looking at in order for us to put this budget together has been through pencil after pencil to make sure that the people of Chandler get everything that they deserve. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mayor. I'm for it.
Councilmember Encinas.
Well said, Vice Mayor, and I agree with that statement, man.
Councilmember Hawkins.
I'm in favor of it. It's easy for us to sit up here and say, bring it down, give us a lower number for our constituents, but you guys do the hard work, so we're really grateful for you guys putting in that effort.
And I know Councilmember Harris is also for this. So, and if he's not, he is because he stated this. But if he's not, it's a 6-1 vote anyway. So. Yeah.
I know he said he
was for
it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Let's keep going.
Very good, Mayor. We will move forward with making some adjustments to the budget to bring forward a reduced property tax rate for our residents. Thank you very much for that.
And I would just say, I think it's extraordinary, staff, that we've asked for this, and will be the 10th year in a row that we've been able to take that down. And honestly, candidate really is, as I don't remember, I think perhaps, I don't remember which council member said it, but it does take hard work to be able to look and to streamline and we love this financial working relationship with you, that as we also listen to our residents, but you guys have to make this work. So thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, and just for a reminder for residents that may be watching as well, that for every dollar that they pay on property tax, just a reminder that the majority of that goes to either public schools and community college districts or special districts in Maricopa County. About 11 cents of every dollar comes to the city of Chandler, but that 11 cents really makes an impact because with that we're able to do our capital plan. So a vast majority of the property tax we collect helps us fund our capital plan. And pay the debt service needed for the bond sales that we have. From a capital and debt perspective, as we look, the capital budget for this year that's appropriated will be $845.7 million, which is an increase of about 3.5% compared to the prior year. Overall, the 10-year capital plan, as we add new programs, change costings to those programs, is increasing about 5% to $2.62 billion. And that does consider those inflationary pressures we've continued to see, however, at a lower rate, but is increasing about 5%. From a debt management perspective, we do ensure that we're maximizing savings by meeting all of our financial statements that we maintain, our financial policies, that is, to maintain that AAA bond rating. Keep that secondary tax rate low because our as we go out to bond, we get the lowest interest rates possible for our residents, keeping the costs low. We do anticipate a current year bond sale, as Don mentioned, and no change now, a reduction in the primary, the secondary, no change in secondary, a reduction in the primary tax rate in the 10-year plan. We do follow a CIP guidance that we received from Mayor and Council in October at the kickoff about maintaining that property tax rate flat, making sure that we're reimagining some of those amenities that are scheduled for replacement. You'll see a picture here of pickleball going in at Tumbleweed, and that's being funded as well with some bond funding. Finishing planned construction of streets, parks, fiber, and our utility systems. Before we're adding pickleball courts, we're making sure that we can fund from an ongoing perspective the operating costs that are going to be associated with the pickleball courts, ensuring that for all of those capital projects, any ongoing O&M can be supported in our financial planning, utilizing master plans to build these and plan these capital investments, and ensure sufficient bond authorization exists to complete projects desired by our residents. And thank you to Mayor and Council for calling for the election in November that will allow us to continue our 10-year plan. If the residents decide that they want to vote yes on those bonds, that will allow us to continue that 10-year capital plan. And then balance timely completion and coordination of these projects with impacts to neighborhoods and businesses. And as we've gone through the CIP process, working with the departments, we've been able to do all of these items. Here's just a history of the 10-year CIP. You kind of see a bigger blip in the last two 10-year capital plans as we've adjusted for inflation and realigned some of those costs and estimates that are in our planning. The total CIP, again, that $2.6 billion, about $129 million more than the last CIP. And really, that increased focus on aging infrastructure, especially in the utility areas, is what some of the drivers are for that. In the first 5 years of our capital plan, that you'll hear about some of these projects today as department directors speak. These are some of the projects that we anticipate in the first 5 years. Anything with an asterisk denotes that that project will require additional bond authorization from the 2025 bond election that's upcoming. But there are some really fantastic projects and things that we've been waiting for, our residents have been waiting for many years in Chandler. We're especially excited about Mesquite Groves, getting that out of the ground there. From a voter bond authorization perspective, this chart shows us what our total remaining authorization is. So you'll see we did not sell bonds in fall of 24 because we sell every other year, but we do anticipate in fall of 2025 selling bonds, about $157 million worth of bonds in those categories, and then what the remaining authorization in those categories would be after that until such a time that the voters kind of replenish some of those. Parks and Recreation will be out of bond authorization after this sale. For that total that we do appropriate each year, the biggest chunk of it this year is our capital carry forward projects we've already started. Maybe they're not off the ground yet, but they're in process. Maybe they're already in flight. If Ryan Reeves is here, I'm taking some of his lingo. You know, it's in flight. We're just ready to land it at some point in the future. We got to make sure we have that revenue available for them to finish out those projects. About $277 million of new funding, and then a small contingency in reserve. With that, we're going to start now into our departments, sharing with you their operating and CIP presentations. They will show on the slide some of their top accomplishments. They're only going to share a couple of them, though. The size of their operating budget, the number of employees that they have, and how the department's funded. The decision package recommendations, they're going to share some highlights of those. If there's one that they don't talk about that you have an interest in, just ask. But they're just going to be kind of sharing some of the highlights, and then again, some highlights of their CIP projects planned. Not only those appropriated in year one, but also that's kind of coming soon in year two. They'll share some of those. The page numbers will be on the slides for your book. If you have that beautiful binder, looks something like this. The page numbers are there. So you can follow along with descriptions and additional information. Any project with an asterisk includes funding in 25-26, and it'll also show the funding source, whether it's funded by bonds, impact fees, grants, or a combination of those, and fund balance. And with that, for those that are following along online or guests that want to follow along, the information is provided on our website. chandleraz.gov/government/budget and capital improvement program. That's a long one. If you just go to budget/budget, you'll find it. So with that, first up will be our cultural development department, Kim Moyers. And let me run this down there.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Cultural Development has had a busy, thank you, fiscal year. In addition to several downtown capital improvement projects, the CCA celebrated its 35th anniversary, serving over 166,000 people. The museum had over 40 exhibits with over 12,000 people in attendance, and Vision Gallery hosted 85 free events and brought several public art projects to the community. Finally, around 200,000 guests enjoyed special events produced by the city and third-party producers. Our budget is just shy of $5.8 million, and we have 29 full-time employees. The large majority of our funding does come from the general fund. And you will find our decision packages on page 41 and 42. The first two packages are ongoing. The first being the July 4th All-American Bash. The ongoing funding for this event will be used to enhance the pyrotechnic show, extending it to 15 minutes. The second one is the Enhanced Municipal Services District increase of about $18,700. Next week, City Council will see the Enhanced Municipal Services District public hearing and possible approval of the DCCP annual contract. This ongoing funding addresses the 5% increase requested by the district. The CCA equipment replacement funding will replace the main stage screen, hanging hardware, and 15 adjustable height tables. As a reminder, the CUSD will provide a 50% offset for this of about $15,000. The museum has seen a continued increase in general attendance and programming since its inception. This request will once again fund the gap for museum temporary staff. And the temporary special events senior specialist. This position was an outcome of moving the temporary sales and promotional events, TSPEs, from neighborhood resources to cultural development to streamline the special event process. This position also assists with citywide special events and provides general administration support to the special events program manager. Moving into our capital improvement projects. Oh, yes.
Councilman Berlin.
Yeah, before you go to CIP, can you go back to your first slide in regards to the decision package? Oh, right there.
Yes.
Can you explain the Ostrich Festival?
Absolutely.
604. Yeah.
Absolutely. The city partners with the Ostrich Festival each year. They have moved it from one weekend to 2 weekends. The first weekend, the funding is in there for all of the police, fire, and services provided. The second week would be an offset, meaning the Ostrich Festival will be responsible for paying for the second week.
Okay, that's what you meant by offset.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just an estimate.
It is a estimate. We always round up high because it's a budget. So, you know, we if there's any opportunities to lower that, we most certainly would. But we do base this upon last year and then small increases for all of this staffing personnel.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Proceed.
Thank you. All right, going into our capital improvement projects, both for the Center for the Arts facility improvements and downtown redevelopment. We have budgets for repairs, replacement, and infrastructure improvements on a yearly or bi-yearly basis for both of those programs. The Dr. A.J. Chandler Master Plan was completed in fiscal year 16-17 and updated in 2023. The funding for Dr. A.J. Chandler Park will be used for the completion of Phase 1 including improvements to the park on both the east side and west side of Arizona Avenue. The park includes 6 programmable areas designed for community and special events, farmers markets, passive areas for residents, and will feature amenities for the whole family to enjoy. The Tumbleweed Ranch Master Plan was completed in 2023, and funding for the next 2 years will include general site improvements such as grading, irrigation, and new trees throughout the site. Additional improvements will include relocating the Red Shed Theater, seating, shading, and upgrades to the 2 farmhouses. And the last one that I'll highlight is the downtown parking lots. The Oregon Street parking garage was built to allow for an entrance on the west side of the garage as development continued to migrate to the west. City Council approved the purchase of property on California Street to allow for the gradual parking solutions and eventual entrance on that side. With the continued growth downtown has experienced with the completion of the Boston Street improvements, DC Heights, and Maple House, we've seen an increase in vehicles parked throughout the neighborhood area. This funding will be used to convert 2 existing city-owned vacant lots into a paved parking lot on California Street that will include safety, lighting, and perimeter walls adjacent to the neighbors on both the north and south side of the lot. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, Kim, I'm still going to need a lot more information on that last, because I realized the thought on this was to alleviate the desire or the neighbors' concerns of people parking in front of them from like the Maple House and others. But I'm not convinced that people still having to walk 2 blocks next to the parking garage is any different than walking to the parking garage. So this is what I'm going to be watching because I'm not sold on that. I'm just putting it out there early.
Mayor.
So,
Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Yeah, I like to talk more about this as well, but the other question I have is how much is overnight parking? Are we seeing that, or is this just the events parking?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that's a great question. The parking that we've experienced is directly because of the migration. If you go to Maple House and sit for any given time, you see cars being parked and people are walking blocks to get to it. So we're not seeing as much overnight parking, to your question, as it is just the use of continually people being there for an hour or 2 at a time.
I'd like to get a report on that because I have been by there late at night and I have seen cars late there at night. So I don't know whether they're leaving at 1 o'clock in the morning or they're with the more apartment complex or multifamily. There are those that may want to avoid paying for the fees to park in the structures or near the structures. So we need to be watching that. So anyway, I agree with the mayor. We need to take a look at that. The second thing is, I want to go back to your first slide on CIP. The Center for the Arts Improvement, is that our portion of the funding? And the school has to pay the other half? Is that what that is too?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is correct. So it's $200,000 every other year, and typically the CUSD does pay for 50% of those costs.
So this redevelopment, 600,000 here plus the other dollars you have in here, this is on top of the DCCP fee we pay in that area?
That is correct. So the DCCP funding does come out of our operation budget. This 600,000 that is designated each and every year are for things such as our contracts for cleaning, for redoing the sidewalks, for the colonnades, for all of the uplighting that we put in this year,
Yeah.
those type of things.
All right, so we'll talk more about the DCCP another time. I know the effort's coming up. But some of the funds here, I guess my point was, over the years, some of the funding here has been an offset that a downtown DCCP would not have to pay for during this, like the cleaning of the park, replacing of trees, and other areas, the DC, a authority or, the program that's set for downtowns, they're responsible for that.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is absolutely true in some areas. Our enhanced municipal services is up and beyond typical city services. So whatever level of service that the city has decided, it would be up and beyond that.
Understand. My point is this, our investment is more than you know, the, whatever, the $150,000 to, whatever, dollar amount. That's what I'm suggesting
Absolutely.
here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Mayor.
Kim, I got one more comment. I'll get, sorry.
Real quick, just back to the parking situation in downtown. Has there been outreach to the neighborhoods or to those residents yet? Or gotten any feedback from that?
Um, uh, Through the mayor, Councilmember Encinas, we have done some outreach for that. We would most certainly do additional outreach. We haven't had the opportunity to talk to the neighbors on both sides because yet, and we most certainly do that. But what we have heard is that there's just a lot more cars on the streets, and this was just our way to try to relieve that.
And
And
the outreach that you guys did, was that like through a public meeting or how was that conducted?
only, it was not a public meeting. It was just in talking with resident neighbors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get more information on that as well too. And then back to your decision packages, Kim, here, just for clarification, for the July 4th American Bash, that is additional funding, correct, to increase the production?
Correct. That's a 20,000 additional to allow the pyrotechnic show to go from about 5 minutes to 15 minutes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify just because I had asked for to see a larger production. Our residents were used to a large production that would go on at Tumbleweed Park. We can't have it there anymore. So I just wanted to make sure that this was going to be something that can unite our residents for 4th of July, as well as maybe try and reduce the use of personal fireworks at home and having them come here in a community sense. So I just wanted that clarification on there. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Kim, I would like tailing on Councilmember Encinas, if we could pursue resident parking only on some of those that are close, as well as I'd like to understand how full our two lots are. And again, and maybe we have signs there for commercial parking. Do some more Wayfair on those spots where we're seeing, but I'd like to know how full our parking lots are during the day when these fine institutions are open, because I am concerned about, I want to protect people's ability and eliminate their frustration of people parking in front of them. I have a neighbor that anytime I park in front of his house, he puts a cone up the next day in the street, and he's very picky about this. So sorry if you're watching, but I feel the desire and need to protect them, but I'm just not convinced that developing that is going to answer the problem. So I'd like to see other remediations to see how can we protect our neighbors as well as encourage people to park in that lot rather than right next to the lot.
Mayor, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I know with the apartments right across from Maple House, they had put no parking in front of them, and we were going to work on removing that. Have we did? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mayor.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, I guess my concern about just parking in general is that there is parking that I'm starting to see private owners are starting to utilize their personal property to create dollars through parking, and some of those parking lots, I don't know what does that look like from a perspective of are they up to whatever code that we have as it pertains to that. And then there was some more questions some concerns I had over there by the San Marcos area about parking as well, which is near the downtown, which what I'm starting to see is an attempted change in how private business owner want to charge parking when there's clearly enough parking in a lot of different places. And my last concern about the parking is the city renting out for valet services to be provided and permitting and allowing for them to encourage a charge parking when we're simply just trying to make sure our seniors should park close. Those that are disabled should park as close as they can to the shopping areas. We want to we want to encourage people who can utilize those those free parking lots when we're in a busier time. So I just kind of wanted to know Is there any way possible that we can look more into that, create more signage around that, um, and then um, and then that way we can kind of continue to make sure that we encourage. We built all this parking infrastructure, and I just kind of feel like there's this ideal getting around that because we're doing it for a quality of life purpose for our community.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris, that is something that parking is a huge part of what we do and what we talk about. And when we built Boston Street, that was the passenger drop off. The idea that we could park individuals there who may need some extra assistance and let them off before they go to the parking garages. So we're always trying to look at creative ways that we can help reduce some of those issues.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Orlando.
All right, we're off parking. We get that one. All right. Tumbleweed Ranch. I know
Yes,
that's
sir.
been in the works for a while. Appreciate the effort here. You got about $4 million put into this program. Is this the last of it, or there's a third phase of this? Or second phase of this, I guess?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, there are additional phases. These are the first 2 phases. It's really important for us that we get those trees in there and let them start maturing, but as we are able to get additional phases in the future.
Okay. And start thinking about marketing for that area. I mean,
Agreed.
we're going to put a lot of investment in there.
Mhm.
So get your heads together, figure out how we're going to market that, okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks,
Thank
Mayor.
you.
And
Thank
Kim,
you.
before you take off, so Mayor and Council, I failed to recognize, so our theme for the budget is strength in numbers this year. And so as part of our all-day activity, we thought it would be nice to see kind of the strength in numbers that support us that are presenting. And so you will see some family pictures. So Kim, if you could scroll back up, I think we went really fast through hers.
Anytime you give me
There
an
it is.
opportunity to show my grandchildren,
Yes.
we'll take this all day long.
So this is Kim's strength in numbers right here. And then we'll see some as we go throughout the day. So thank you, Kim.
And these grandkids, this is their personalities right here. Yeah. Thank you, Matt, for that opportunity.
Thank you. Next up, Police Chief Chaplain.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We'll go back. So my family picture's up here. It was just taken last weekend, as you can see. Josh pointed out, he said, man, public safety hasn't been good to your hairline. And I said, well, I had plenty of hair when we had small kids, but I'll let you be the judge. So I'm here today to talk about some of the great things with the Chandler Police Department. One of the things I want to start off with, though, with this big of budget, 98,540 employees, I'm really blessed to have Julie Bilt and Kathy Gura in this day to day. There's plenty of things to worry about in this department, but budget is not one of them, thanks to their professionalism, attention to detail. So when we talk about the strength in numbers for the police department, we want to talk about the strength in decreasing numbers. And with that, we're talking about the low crime rate. In 2023, we were at historic crime lows. And in 2024, those lows came down an additional 25% in crime across the board. We're a very blessed community. They have great police community relations, and we enjoy incredible support from council and city manager's office when it comes to our technology, our training, and our tools. I will just say, I can sit here and say, I think we're doing a really good job based on the low crime rate. A couple hundred years ago, modern policing said that police should be judged by the absence of crime, not the prevalence of it. And when you see what we have here in Chandler, we should all feel grateful for that. How do we know we're doing a good job? Well, every person who interacts with the Chandler Police Department actually gets to rate us through a survey, whether they're calling 911 or they have an interaction on a traffic stop. And of the nearly 10,000 replies that we have gotten on a 5-star rating, we're at 4.74 from direct feedback from our community residents, which really, I think, highlights the professionalism and the interaction that we see from our employees every single day. Our mission is to maintain a safe, vibrant community through meaningful engagement and continuous organizational improvement. And we do that in a number of areas. The other one I'd like to highlight is the technological advancements that we have had, specifically when it comes to our real-time operations center. As council is intimately aware, you provided funding for this. We stood this up July of last year. We continue to see wins coming in that on an every day and an every week basis. We have the capacity now, based on those investments in technology, to intervene in violent calls like aggressive driving in South Chandler where people are brandishing firearms. We're able to get officers there on scene while we track people through our real-time center and provide instant justice to people effective. Normally that would have been a police report followed up with a license plate number. So it's stuff like that that we're able to impact and intervene on crime earlier rather than later. In addition to that, the Real-Time Operations Center has found missing and endangered people. And we know that's especially concerning here as we get into the summer months. If we have elderly population out wandering, this can be life and death within a matter of minutes. So those investments really start to highlight how we are separating ourselves from other agencies. I would also say our dispatch center receives a number of calls 24 hours a day. We have some artificial intelligence there through a bot that kind of sifts those requests for information. We have seen tens of thousands of calls reduced based on information people are calling the police department. Because we're open 24/7, sometimes calls for other city services, whether it's a water leak, whether it's lights out, those often get filtered through the police department, and we're able to divert those appropriately now to the correct city departments without having that human interaction, which ultimately makes us incredibly more efficient. I'd like to just talk about the developing caring for our personnel. Chandler Police Department is a department where people do not leave, they seek to come here. That is evidenced by what we are doing in terms of their day-to-day care. We have a number of initiatives, from embedded clinicians to critical incident stress management, yoga and meditation, stress relief tools, and Struggle Well, which is a prevention-based approach for post-traumatic growth when our people are subjected to horrific incidents. And so our goal here is to have people that leave our agency after 25 or 30 years to be stronger physically, emotionally, and mentally than when they came into that agency. So I thank the council for their continued support in our employee wellness programs. And we would not be anywhere in this organization without the community connection opportunities that we have through partnerships, whether we're helping train kids, 100 kids in CPR through the Justice for Preston Lord and YMCA collaboration, or we're running a Citizens Police Academy, or we are having a public safety fair. We are blessed to have strong community partnerships, and that allows us to have conversations that take care of little things before they become big things. Switching over to our financial highlights, you'll see that for our proposed budget, our personnel take up a bulk of the costs, $84 million of our 98, and the other $13 million coming in operations and maintenance. We are funded almost exclusively through the general fund operations there, the carve out for $15,000 in domestic violence, and then a $1.5 million balance in our RICO or police forfeiture fund, for which we can find some alternative funding through the budgetary process is not successful here. Our decision packages can be found in pages 47 to 48 and 51 and 52 of your books that you have in front of you. And then with that, I'm going to switch it over to the rest of this brilliant team, starting off with Assistant Chief Melissa DeAnda, who is going to talk about some specific decision packages within her purview, and we'll go down the line from there and try and be brief. Thank you, Council, very much.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning, Mayor and Council. I will be kicking off our decision packages for the Police Department, and I'm going to start with the Business System Support Analyst. So this position, we're requesting a position which will help support the networking and server equipment within the Police Department. This person would help maintain 800 computers, 68 servers, 23 additional network switches. Currently, we only have one employee who oversees all of the network and server equipment within our department, and this has created delays in daily operations and our efficiencies. The addition of this position will create a much needed redundancy and improve overall network reliability. The next item I'd like to point your attention to is our police intranet system, which we refer to as PD Info. So this existing system is used by all of our department members on a daily basis for accessing important information, resources, tools, training, employee information. We utilize it for data-driven dashboards and more. Our existing system is 6 years beyond end of life, and it's degrading at a rapid pace. The proposed system is a cloud-based system which offers all of our existing services, but it also includes encrypted data storage and new features such as employee onboarding and expanding our ticket servicing options. This is a vital resource utilized by all of our department members, and it's a critical need for our department. Moving on to the next slide, our real-time operations center, the technology needs. So as the chief mentioned before, we went live with our real-time operations center of July of 2024, and it's a state-of-the-art center which serves as the department's information and technology hub to support public safety efforts to prevent and reduce crime. The Real-Time Operations Center supports our Patrol and Investigations Division and has proven to be a successful tool in providing critical intelligence that leads to more effective and resource deployments and increased case closures. Over the past 9 months, the Real-Time Operations Center has assisted Patrol alone with over 8,000 calls for service. Some of the investigative technologies included in this package are BriefCam, which is a video analytics software, expanding our license plate reader program, which is Flock, from 14 cameras to 40 cameras, adding Command Central Aware. It's a community app which allows community members, whether it's personal or business cameras, to submit their digital evidence if we reach out to them involving a crime. And then expanding our Live 911 expansion, which allows our real-time operators to listen to incoming 911 calls. The next item I'd like to speak to is we're requesting to convert 2 of our temporary civilian background investigators to full-time employees. So for several years, we have been utilizing temporary civilian investigators to support our hiring units. They are responsible for facilitating the entire hiring process for all of our sworn and civilian personnel. So due to the access of sensitive information that's handled by the police department, we conduct a very extensive and thorough background process. And currently, right now, we have 13 vacancies on our sworn side, and then 30 vacancies on our civilian side. Are there any questions so far before I turn it over to Assistant Chief? Yes.
Our Assistant Chief DeAndrea. A little more than yes, we get along well is first part of your presentation was all IT, and do you guys and I know you've got a strong relationship with, but just to make sure that there's no unnecessary redundancy, I understand and appreciate the uniqueness of the demands on IT within the police department. Just how do you interface with Sandeep and his department, and what's the regular communications and assurances that that we're just not totally separate in what we're doing and making sure that we're the most efficient with what we're doing as a city?
Mayor, great question. So we actually have a very intricate relationship with the city's IT department. They are speaking daily, weekly, and we have standing monthly meetings as well. We are collectively intertwined. The majority of our projects cannot be completed without the assistance of city IT. So this position that we're requesting is just adding redundancy within our own department. When this individual is not here, this employee is not here, we are not able to, if they're on vacation or out sick, some of the network capabilities or improvements that need to be made come to a stop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Lane.
Yeah, thanks, Judy, and great job on getting that a real-time crime scene center operation. I know you're in a transition period, and you did a great job in leading that. Appreciate that. So, and probably we have a lot of success stories in Chandler, but it's probably one of the few that has immediate impact on return on our investment. So that's outstanding. Keep up the good work there. I have no problem with the additional funding. But on the line of the budget increase for the IT analyst,
Yes.
is that a net new position or is that something you're transferring over as you're doing the other two officers?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, this will be a net new position.
Were you using a one-time funding at the time, or this is, previously were you using one-time dollars to fill in for if a person was off at a work, or you just let it, operation go?
No, through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that we do have one network
Right.
individual, and we are requesting a second person to help support the
Understand.
department.
My question was, when the original person you have hired now, when that person was off, you had no one to support, is what you're saying?
That is correct.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So all right, so it's a net new position, and it's redundancy is what you're
Yes.
asking for. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Mayor.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, just want to, Chief, thank you so much for the presentation thus far. I know you got a little bit more to go. Just kind of want to understand, just in terms of interfacing, I know that we're looking at 2 FTEs, but how does that interface with Ray Lynn's office? Because we talked about the 13 additional sworn that needs to be hired, and we're at 30 below. And I know I was a big advocate to make sure that we had more protection there. But my question about the internal, once those 2 individuals who we're using now, once those positions are filled, what's the interface between Ray Lynn department, which is the HR department, and where do those people fit, and why is it important to have 2 additional people in which HR already kind of do some of that same work? So I just kind of want to know the difference so I can understand the ongoing justification of having 2 specialized individuals after we fulfill those vacancies
Sure.
that are unfilled.
Sure. Through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. Currently, as it stands, we have 4 temporary civilian background investigators that are working in the police department, and they are being paid for out of one-time funds. The request is to move those 2 of them to full-time employees. We do work very closely with human resources on a daily and weekly basis for the onboarding of new employees. But what our personnel specifically do is all of the recruitment, hiring, the background investigations, polygraph examinations. They also work very closely with HR on scheduling medical appointments or psychological appointments for the hiring of all of the men and women, sworn or civilian, within our departments. So our investigators, our background investigators, are specifically conducting very extensive and thorough background investigations outside of what HR does to onboard the employees within our department.
So basically, once those roles are fulfilled, the critical aspect of these 2 new additionals will also help fill the vacancies and the voids for all the other descriptions of what that job would look like after those new hires are brought on board and fully on board.
Councilman, I just want to make sure I understand. Are you asking, once we fill those 2 positions, will they be helping to support the vacancies that we have within our department?
No, I'm saying once those 13 sworn and 30 unsworn is filled,
Yes.
I'm saying that they will still have work to still do after that, because I just want to make sure we're hiring the 2 to help support this 43 to come on board, which will move the process right along. But after they're hired, after we get there, they have other responsibilities that will create that ongoing need for them to still be on board. Because what I don't want to do, I don't want to hire and then hires individuals who's doing a great job, hire someone to fulfill this need that needs to be taken care of, and then after that need is taken care of, we don't see where they fit within the grand scheme. And I think that would, to me, that would say, okay, council, we need to continue to look at this from a temporary perspective versus looking at it from an ongoing perspective. That's what I'm trying to make sure I'm not misunderstanding that aspect of it.
Councilmember Harris, great question. So yes, the individuals that we will be converting to full-time employees will absolutely have work to be done. The police department, like I said, has 13 vacancies for sworn, 30 for our civilian, and we also have an additional 18 overhires for the police department that we still have yet to fill. On top of that, as we hire in the police department, we also have normal attrition that occurs. We are coming up into some of our largest drop years where we know that there's going to be a significant retirement group over the next 5 years coming for many of our sworn personnel. So we're constantly in a state of recruitment and hiring, which has not slowed down. It's actually increased, and we are projecting for that to continue to increase.
Okay, so that drop zone as well, they'll be helping while retirement is happening and people are putting their names in for drop. These two new individuals or ongoing individuals will help continue to look to fulfill those vacancies as we move forward. So essentially, it's not just 43. It's essentially ongoing regularly. Okay.
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure, just because I wanted to make sure that the people understand that this is not just we're hiring these people because there is an ongoing need outside of the 43. There's an ongoing need that we're regularly moving forward.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Councilmember Poston.
Councilmember Harris addressed a couple of my questions, but I just wanted to clarify. You had mentioned we have the 13 sworn officers. That is or that is not getting into the overhire?
That through the mayor, Councilmember Poston, that is not into the overhires yet. So once we hit the 13, at that point we would be even, and then we would be now hiring into our 18 overhires.
Okay, but overarchingly, we're beginning to address that gap. It seems like we are getting closer to being fully staffed, and I know it's an ongoing target because you have those retirements as well. But is that something you're seeing fulfilled over the next year?
It is. We actually have been seeing a significant amount of interest in our agency. As Chief Chapman mentioned, this is an agency that people want to come and work for, and we are seeing that through recruit officers, but specifically lateral personnel. So right now, that is probably some of the largest influx of applicants that we are seeing is lateral officers wanting to come to work for Chandler PD from other agencies, and we're very hopeful by the end of the year that we will be into our overhires because of that.
That is fantastic news because that's something I know we've all had an interest in tried to support the police department in terms of being able to recruit. So I appreciate that you all are actually making some great inroads in that. So the criminal background screeners, though, just one additional question. You had mentioned there were four temporary, but we only have the 2 positions here. We're not creating a disparity in our background investigators, are we?
We're keeping 2 temps.
We are keeping 2 temporary?
So yes, through the mayor, Councilmember Poston, we currently have 4 temporary civilian background investigators. We are requesting to convert 2 of them to full-time employees, and then we took 2 full-time dispatcher positions and we converted those. We reclassified them we will be requesting to reclassify them to the 2 additional background investigators. So all 4 will be four full-time employees.
Okay, that's good because I think that having the 2 different, some temporary and some full-time could create some difficulties. And is somebody else going to be addressing dispatch, or would that be a good question for you?
I can absolutely answer that question for you.
How are we doing in filling our dispatch positions? Because I mean, that's a very important job. Is that part of that civilian employee that we're looking at, those 30 positions?
It is through the mayor, Councilmember Poston. That is a really good question. So the bulk of the 30 vacancies that we have for our civilian staff is coming from dispatch. Right now, we have 12 vacancies in dispatch, so that is the highest amount of all of our civilian positions. With their recent increase in pay and some of the recruitment changes that we're doing for that specific area, we are hoping to see an increase in applications for our communications division. They play a vital role in the the efficiencies and operations of our department and helping to support our community and our officers. And it's imperative that we get those positions filled and help support our personnel that are working in there on a daily basis.
Okay, well, I'm very glad to hear that you were making those adjustments to recruit those dispatchers because I think those are sort of unsung heroes that we don't see all the time. And that's a really important and stressful job. So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. I was obviously wrong. So, yeah. All right,
Thank you.
proceed. Thank you.
And for the next package, I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Chief Perez.
Mayor, Council, City Manager, I'm very pleased to speak with you today, and City Manager as well. My area of coverage includes the Criminal Investigations Bureau. And within the Criminal Investigations Bureau, there's a number of detectives that primarily focus on secondary investigations that they receive from our patrol division. And then they get an in-depth inquiry into whether a crime had occurred. And if a crime does occur, then those officers will take action. Based on the direction from Chief Chapman, I've been advised to streamline processes as well as to increase efficiencies within our area. And part of that includes leveraging some of the softwares and some of the technologies that you're going to hear about today. In essence, you're going to hear about two essentially ongoing amounts and also a one-time amount that we're asking for. Within the area of new investigative computer hardwares and softwares, primarily we're looking for softwares that involve some technologies that allow us to address crimes against some of our most vulnerable elderly as well as youth. And so some of the technologies we're looking for is for ongoing investigative cryptocurrency technology software that allows us to identify anonymous criminals, bad actors. It allows us quickly to identify who those individuals are and the ways and the means as to how they're committing the crime so that we can intervene much quicker. In addition to that, we're looking for additional softwares or for forensic analysis for our financial crimes teams in order to quickly identify some of the same bad actors as well. And then we're also looking for social media monitoring software that allows us to use open source technologies to quickly leverage what is out there existing to help us identify either threats or children that could be being abused. And we're also asking for additional operational budget increases within our administrative needs and our field operations as well. And then lastly, the one-time amount that we're asking for is the purchase of vehicles. Part of these efficiencies and streamlining that we've been trying to do is we've been hubbing existing teams that we have to help direct their mission. Some of those teams are our criminal apprehension team, but also our street crimes unit, which is a former gang unit, which has been hubbed with our neighborhood response team in order to focus on street crimes that are actively in progress. So the reason for the ask for the vehicle is that we have two vehicles we're asking for. In the amalgamation of those two teams, there is a need for one vehicle for the 8th detective. And then in addition to that, we're looking to replace a vehicle that was previously funded by the United States Marshal Service.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're wondering why did you get off so easy? Where we
Mayor, I followed your directions to keep it brief. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City staff, certainly City Manager's office. My name is Jason Skowski, and the next decision package I'll be talking about today is a very exciting opportunity to add one full-time employee to our complement, and that is a civilian crime prevention officer. As Chief Chapman indicated, part of the foundation of what we do at the Chandler Police Department is have a robust ecosphere of crime prevention opportunities to engage our community before crime actually occurs. We understand that this is the foundation of how we prevent crime, but not only then respond to crime. So this opportunity is to expand our complement. Currently it's staffed by one full-time sworn officer and one full-time civilian employee. This adds one civilian employee to that complement. This unit operates all of our youth drone academy, senior scam flyers, prescription drug containers, crime prevention, and then we also partner with our friends at Fire for other outreach opportunities. This employee will also be responsible for managing some of the social media aspect that comes with crime prevention. So this is a great opportunity. I want to thank all of you for being supportive of adding this one FTE to that complement. It's been long needed. The other program I want to talk about while I'm up here is the School Educational Engagement Program. As many of you most likely remember, in 23-24, we requested one-time funds for this new kind of pilot program. It's been highly successful. And it was created utilizing some retired law enforcement officers from the city of Tempe and the city of Phoenix
who wanted to come over to Chandler and really make an impact because they both live in this community. So a great opportunity for them to give back. These funds continue to support their work of up to 19 hours per week, utilizing existing equipment. And then we're adding another $5,000 just to kind of expand the equipment and supplies that they're utilizing. That includes flyers and other, kind of written materials. And then we first delivered this program in April of 24 with Sanborn Elementary. And so far we've been in 23 of the CUSD schools. Before I move on, I'd be happy to take any questions on either of these two programs.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. When you said that the program, this last program you described has been very successful with the past police officers, can you describe, at least give me 2 examples or so of how they intervene in a sense where an outcome was the best for that student or the school itself?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Ellis, I don't have a specific example that I could cite where we've been able to directly correlate an intervention measure, but the feedback we've gotten from students and certainly from the schools and school administration has been overwhelmingly positive. Students are discussing these programs in the school. It's facilitated better engagement with our students in an array of topics such as substance abuse, social media, bullying, things like that, where they're seeing active bystandership in the school increase. So while it may not be a tangible percentage or a tangible intervention, it's things like that that are kind of those aspects that we're really, really excited about, and we're very happy to see kind of take a hold in the school system.
Is there any way we can measure that in tangibly in a sense, as far as like if, let's say, for example, we put one person in a school and that school had a certain amount of crime or things were happening with the kids, and then now because of this officer, we've seen the turnaround that you described. Is there a way that we can actually measure it? I mean, I know the school might have to be involved with you guys in order to do it, because everything at the end of the day is have to be measurable.
Yeah, of course, through the mayor, vice mayor Ellis, that's something we could certainly explore. Even if we had something to the effect of maybe a QR code where students could provide direct feedback through an anonymous source to say, hey, as a result of this class, I did this, or I prevented this, or we
We
had
love that.
X. That's certainly something that we can explore, and I'll be directing back to that chain too.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando. Yeah, thank you very much. I've heard from parents that had the 6th graders. Correct. These are for 6th graders, 5th and 6th graders.
Through the mayor, yes, sir.
Yeah, and I've heard from several parents in some of those schools that they really enjoyed it. We needed to deep dive on that because it does more. It's bullying. It's social media. It's a whole aspect of helping kids cope with their current environment. And I think you guys did a great job. Now we have 2. I believe we're looking to hire another 3rd one this year.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is correct, sir. We have the funding for 3. The current posture of the program, it's working with the 2, but in discussing with those two staff and then also the school resource chain, there's a couple of things that they're looking to expand into, and those include creating a class for parent education. Obviously, just understanding, hey, this is what we're teaching to your kids. This is how you can support them at home where they're most of the time. There's also a plan for a follow-up class to kids to assess where they're at and then also gauge it as a long-term effectiveness measure. And then lastly, they're looking to expand it potentially with the partnership of CUSD into our junior high schools as well. Just knowing as kids grow and evolve, some of those things change, and really focusing on being resilient students, resilient adolescents, and coming into those adult ages where they're going to be expanding and going out onto their own in the next couple of years. So
Excellent. Great. Appreciate that. Yeah. I believe this will be more than just a pilot program. I know I've gotten calls from Kyrene School District as well as, officials there, as well as from Mesa. So let's just work our schools here. Let's get this refined a little bit before we start talking to the next step, right?
through the mayor, absolutely, sir. And again, thank you for your support in this program.
You bet. Thank you.
Councilmember Encinas.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for our residents that may be watching online and might not know exactly what this pilot program is, can you kind of explain the details of what the school engagement is? Is it assemblies? Is it one-on-one interactions with these retired officers? Can you just give a little bit more detail on that?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Encinas, yes, absolutely, great question. So the program is designed, again, specifically for 6th grade students in CUSD, and it really focuses on equipping them with essential tools and knowledge to navigate the challenges that they face in a complex society. This revolves around one-on-one engagement in the classroom. There are potential for assemblies. I don't think they're doing very many of them. It's more tailored to a more intimate setting where it's a one-on-one interaction with students, smaller, maybe they're more comfortable speaking out and really having some of those potentially challenging conversations about being the active bystander and taking a stand and standing up for what is right in the schools. And that's, it's a 4-week curriculum. It discusses leadership, respect, substance abuse, and cyberbullying dilemmas. Those are kind of the 4 main key topics. Is there anything else that I could maybe potentially answer for you in that?
No, that was great. That was great. Thank you for
Thank you, sir.
explaining.
Councilmember Harris.
Hey, how you doing?
Excellent, sir.
Good. I guess my question is that what I would like to see, and I think everyone will probably agree with this, and Councilmember Hawkins have been working behind the scenes with this, and we talked about this, but just more so, just putting more emphasis on traffic and school safety around traffic around school zones in terms of making sure that individuals are meeting, not speeding in school zones. We see that trend happen during the startup of schools. We'll see a little bit more of it towards when schools is ending. And I think that every person is definitely concerned about making sure that that incorporation of what we're doing with this program will be incorporated. And the reason why I am mentioning this, we get reached out all the time. It's just a known thing, and I appreciate when the police team like, hey, if this is happening, we do a 2-week run to try to get it, to deter people from that area. But more importantly, is to me, it's about making sure that we go to the schools and making sure that they have an understanding of how traffic flow should work as well, because there's an education, because some of the teachers and administrators don't know how to work their traffic. And so I just kind of think it should be both ways. Number one, making sure that there's presence to stop speeders and reckless driving in our school zones. But on the other end, working with our schools and our administrators to say, hey, this may be a good way of how you should flow traffic for backups when you start out. So I just kind of wanted to see about, would you be able to incorporate that into this program that you're talking about, this
Through,
pilot?
through the mayor, Councilmember Harris. I don't know if it's necessarily appropriate to integrate traffic education to this simply by virtue of the age of the students we're engaging here. But to go off kind of on a different topic, we have a robust relationship with our traffic engineering department. We regularly work with them to address traffic flow issues around the school system. Understanding that, again, going back to kind of that crime prevention, the outreach aspect of this, our traffic unit and that bureau is very good at doing outreach to the schools annually. Just knowing that, especially at the beginning of the school year, we're going to see an increase in those traffic complaints. And then they kind of ebb and flow too as the year progresses, as new students kind of come in and maybe the ways of doing things get a little lost. Um, Ultimately, we do work with traffic engineering. We work with the schools. We have a new traffic management program that AWS has partnered with us on. I'm very happy to say free of cost, to really show in a heat map form where the traffic complaints are, so we can better direct those limited resources at times to handling that. But if we do move this program into like a middle school or even a high school with a co-teach program with the SROs potentially, that is certainly something that we would want to engage into the program. And just knowing that traffic complaints are a big problem in our community. As Chief Chapman kind of indicated, the aggressive driving, especially in the south area of our community, we understand that that is a challenge, especially as new teenage drivers are on the road. Certainly something that we would want to incorporate, and just highlighting all safety aspects of operating a vehicle on the road.
Thank you, Chief, and you guys keep up the good work.
We're trying, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
This,
you.
this program puts a smile on my face as I think about, and per council here, it's your work is never fully realized. I know Councilmember Rowe, this was something very passionate on his heart, and years after he's off council, he would smile to listen to you today. So thank you.
Oh, well, thank you again. Thank you for all of your support.
Councilmember Poston.
Sorry, I did have one additional question. I think I've heard twice now, we were just mentioning it, there's aggressive driving kind of in the the southern portion of the city. Is it speeding? Is it the wide roads? I think I heard the chief mention it a little bit earlier, that we mitigated something through the real-time crime center, and then you just mentioned it as well. What's going on in the south portion of Chandler?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston, it's not so much relegated to the south side of Chandler. It's more, those are wider roads. There is less traffic on them, less congestion, which is a recipe for generally higher speeds. So we're seeing significant speeds at times on those roads. I'm not saying this is a widespread problem, but it's certainly isolated into pockets. And we track those heavily. You'll see us deploying resources into those areas most definitely to kind of have a visual deterrent. We also have a multi-layered approach when we address these things through outreach, social media campaigns, PSAs. At times we partner with other East Valley agencies, such as in the East Valley DUI Task Force. So you'll see a significant influx of visible deterrent into the community for some of those measures to address speeding and other factors that lead to dangerous driving.
Okay. Thank you. Excellent.
Councilmember Encinas.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm jumping back, so I'm not sure if you can answer this for me or not, but the mental health and wellness program needs on there, it's been probably a year and a half since I visited over there and learning more about those services. Are we increasing services for our police department there or expanding them? Any new services?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Encinas, that's actually the next slide I'll be talking about, is
Oh, okay.
expanding our mental health and wellness needs.
I will be
So
quiet.
I'll jump right into your question here. We're seeking $100,000 this year to support and fund the mental health and wellness needs of our employees. So as you know, we have a mental health and wellness coordinator on staff with us. She's doing a phenomenal job. And just an example of some of those programs are we've purchased cold plunges for advanced physiological recovery at all of our stations, including our SWAT bay. The ongoing maintenance of those cold plunges as well is covered in this. We've partnered recently with a company called Butchered Beat. They do meal prep. So understanding that our officers' offices, at least in patrol, are in a car on the road every day. We want to try and break the habit of maybe stopping at a convenience store or a fast food restaurant and getting food. So if we can bring high quality, real ingredient, healthy food into our department, and then also, supply those at a reasonable cost. We've seen a great amount of success with our officers. In fact, every Thursday morning, you can see a line for the breakfast burritos that they're bringing. If you guys want to come over, we'd be happy to let you purchase some of them. Through the mayor, it's Thursday mornings, Councilmember Hawkins. We've also partnered with a private yoga instructor to do an online yoga portal, understanding the multiple aspects of health that come with the practice of yoga. We've also incorporated that into our annual training for officers. So that's going to be a mandatory class. Again, just rolling forward as we continue, just trying to really incorporate some of those easy, basic resilience and wellness tools into their kits. Another class that we've really taken a heavy load to support is the Struggle Well. I think Chief touched on that in his opening. This is for post-traumatic growth, understanding that our officers are exposed to a number of traumatic events every week throughout their entire career. We've seen a lot of our officers have really great success coming back from this class, really reframing some of that mindset where, they're able to then pass those tools on to others and get them into those classes. These are all just examples of what these funds go to support. And what we're always looking at is ways to maybe sunset a program that's not being used as much. Maybe something new has come out, and then really emphasize and focus on that. That's what these funds allow us to do. So again, thank you for your support in that.
I have a question.
Vice Mayor.
I know that we embedded some mental health workers right there into the police department, based on this program. How accessible is it to the police officers, and are they truly accessing it right on site? Because it was a problem for them to go to them, but now we put them right there. Are you seeing an increase of visits, and for those who are in need of it, or not?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Ellis, we've gotten great feedback on our embedded clinician program, which I believe is what you're referencing. They have an office on site at our training center, but not in the training center building where our officers are. It affords a level of privacy. And what we have seen is a great success. A lot of people are talking about using the program. Personally, I'll just say it. I've gone in and done a check-in with them just to see how it's working. It's a great program. We're very blessed to have it on site with us. And there is a lot of positive feedback coming out of our constituency internally as far as how that's being utilized.
I know that our constituents are really clearly very happy when they hear, and when I talk as a mental health worker myself, when I mentioned that, they were like, wow, this is something amazing that Chandler's doing. So thank you for accessing it and making it accessible. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions on this slide?
Councilmember Poston.
Yes, are we seeing an increase in the level of use overarchingly for our mental health resources that we're offering? I'm glad to see that you're monitoring and kind of removing some that we aren't using as much and emphasizing the ones. But one, are we seeing an increase? Are we seeing a good use, for our officers utilizing the resources that are being provided to them? And then are we doing some things to encourage that?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston. Yeah, it's tough to say that we're seeing an overall increase. We're seeing great use department-wide.
Okay.
Those numbers, they always are going to fluctuate depending on what programs are accessible and available. We're seeing great use, especially out of cold plunges right now and the cold plunge therapy. That's a big kind of topic, not only in law enforcement, just in the public in general. So we're seeing great use out of that. We have a number of saunas on site, and we're looking to expand that as well, understanding the therapeutic, benefits of utilizing those tools. But as far as we're looking at, embedded clinician, that program just started. It's getting great use. It's numbers that we're very happy to be seeing as far as where it is right now, and the fact that we're going to be re-upping that again. We only continue to hope to grow that. But yes, we're seeing very good use department-wide. We're very heavy on the emphasis side of that. I'm on a briefing tour right now. It's something that I touch on in almost every briefing. Hey, make sure you're utilizing all the tools that are available. We're unique in the fact that our city offers such a robust complement of tools that are available to you at no cost. Even looking at, we have online apps that you get free access to that everyone else is paying for. Utilize that while you're in your car. Take 5 minutes while you're on your lunch, do a meditation exercise, do a breathing exercise. And we've really taken a posture that a lot of our leadership should be utilizing these tools and then sharing them, showing that, hey, we're using it, you should be too, and let us find ways to make sure that you have access to them in a more impactful manner.
You just said the magic words for me, that leadership is utilizing it and encouraging it, because, if in any organization, people look to leadership to really see, hey, is this something that you truly support? So I'm really glad to hear that you're doing it through those briefings and then encouraging your officers, because they are looking to you. So thank you for doing that, because I really think this kind of the implementation of this kind of program is really comes from the top. And so that's good to hear. Thanks.
Absolutely, ma'am.
Proceed.
All right, and the last one I'll be discussing today before I kick it back over to Assistant Chief DeAnda is the allocation of forfeiture funds. This year we're looking to appropriate $1.5 million, and I'll be talking about a number of the items that we'll be looking to really utilize with these funds. So as we discussed earlier, it's the continuation of the embedded clinician contract. As Chief touched on earlier, this is our Spider Tech victim notification. This is the surveys that we send out after almost every call for service. We're going to look to enhance the paperless lab project or finish that up. We're purchasing an asset management system, and then we're spending some money on updating our small unmanned aerial drone systems. Again, this Chief kind of touched to, and so did Assistant Chief DeAnda. These are great tools when we're out in the community utilizing them for missing people. Our SWAT team utilizes them frequently as far as overhead kind of eye in the sky coverage, but we have a lot of parameters in place to ensure those are being used appropriately. So,
Wonderful.
any questions on that?
Thank you.
All right, Assistant Chief DeAnda.
And Council, just to manage expectations, our time is creeping closer to 4, and feel free, this is our time. Ask questions, give commentary, but realign your expectations accordingly.
Thank you for the reminder, Mayor.
Mayor,
Proceed.
Mayor and Council, I'm going to be speaking about our capital replacement fund. So the appropriation of these funds for the next fiscal year will be to replace our mobile data computers, which are the MDCs that are in each of our patrol and police aid vehicles, the replacement of our training weapons for our SWAT team, and then also replacement of our gas masks. Moving on to the CIP. For the forensics service facility, we have $3 million for the first fiscal year allocated for long lead items such as a generator. The specifics for that is we need to get it ordered, and there's about an 18-month lead time on that. And then the second year will be in the construction phase. Moving on to police main station renovations. The first fiscal year is just to front load projects for the renovation, with the design phase in the second year. And then for the body worn camera, we pay this over 3 years, and the first year will be the first installment of 3 payments. And then finally, with our property and evidence building, This funding is to create a cohesive design to align the exterior of our existing property and evidence building with the new forensic lab facility. And that completes our presentation, unless there are any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Sandeep with IT.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Morning, City Management. Before I start, I'd actually like to say thank you to a few folks, right? So City Management, thank you for your support, your guidance. It's really, really much appreciated, as well as all of the department directors, their leadership, the partnerships. You heard a little bit from police. That partnership is very, very healthy. It's one of the ones that I'm most proud of. And of course, I want to thank Debbie, our budget analyst in our department, who works very closely with Enrique, and all of the patience that you, your peers, and of course Dawn has with me as we go through our budget preparation for the several months. I just also wanted to highlight that the network team that we talked about earlier, there is actually two networks. We have a city network, and there's a network within the city network, which is the PD network. If you recall, we talked about real-time crime center and whatnot. All of those types of advancements that you have in PD actually have more demand on the network as well. So it's not only having redundancy, but it's also having different aspects of the network which they support. And so that's where you see some of the growth on the network side.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, did the chief tell you to say that?
He did
No,
not.
just want to make sure. Okay,
I had
just
to
for the
whisper in
record.
his ear and ask for
All right.
permission to say that.
All
Actually,
right.
just the other way around.
That's something the fire guys wouldn't have you do, I'm sure, right?
We'll talk about that later. Man.
Okay.
Alrighty. So strength in numbers, as we mentioned earlier, I kind of think of strength in terms of three kind of aspects: resiliency, also your health, and then of course your mind and soul. You kind of see some members of the family. My son actually has, whether he knows this or not, his name is Nick Hill, has taught me strength in so many ways when it comes to resiliency. With that said, he's pursuing a career in cybersecurity. When it comes to our health, right? Of course, you have to take care of your health to keep going day by day. Daughter is actually going to be, she's currently doing her residency in surgery. And of course, has taught a lot to myself and my family when it comes to health matters. She's going to be my future go-to when it comes to any kind of health questions. Finally, when it comes to mental health, heart and soul, that's something that you can see the dogs in the picture. The top two are my clowns in the family, and I watch them and kind of get peace every single night. And of course, there's a dog from the past in his little subfamily with guinea pigs, and he actually thought those were his babies. And so that also applies to things that we do in technology. So it's really a good transition to some of the things that we've done here at the city. Really, I want to highlight one of the accomplishments that really hit, I think, with not only our employees, but also the citizens, the residents, and the community that we serve. Just recently, Kristen Nold, our Chief Technology Officer, had an opportunity to go to Texas with Nikki, who is our Director for DEI, to receive an award. We placed #1 nationally with regards to our interactions with our residents and our community with the use of instant language translation. We call it ILA, Instant Language Assistant. We used that in several departments. We piloted it in one or two in the beginning, but that actually very quickly spread and is being used across several departments here at the city. We also, through a lot of the accomplishments that we did throughout the course of the past year, we made huge advancements on the cybersecurity front. We refreshed 4 data centers, and one of the fastest turnaround times, 4 months. I've never seen that in my entire career from a technology perspective, and our teams did that. With that, we placed #2 in with 2 different organizations nationally. When they compared the cities, they compared things like the population size and the demographics of the city that you serve. And GovX is one that placed us #2. If you recall, for some that have been here for a number of years, we usually rank in the 5 or 6 range. I think about 7, 8 years ago, we were usually closer to 8 or 9. We've really made strides forward. And again, it goes through the partnerships with the city, all the city departments, with regards to how we serve our community. The other one is digital cities. Digital cities primarily focused on things like growth in your digital ecosystem, as well as the services that you provide, making it easier to interact with the city. And they also place us number 2 in nationally for our city. So those are some of the accomplishments that I think that all the departments and city management, of course, all of us and mayor and council should be really proud of for the city here. I'm going to start off with talking about our financial highlights and our operating budget. Of course, our operating budget is primarily personnel and benefits with 65 employees. That makes up about $11.7 million of the budget. And then, of course, our O&M budget, which really consists of things like software and hardware maintenance, contracted services that support operations, and at sometimes also project work, as well as remediation or shoring up things that, from a cybersecurity perspective. And that, of course, makes up about $17.1 million for the department. So for the next several slides, actually, you're going to see a lot of contractors that we also complement our city IT department with. That budget is primarily funded from the general fund with the, and I actually jumped one slide ahead, I apologize. I'm going to actually talk about our general fund and our enterprise fund. So our IT budget is about 97% comprised of the general fund, and then a small portion of that for the enterprise fund. And we'll talk on that and touch on that in a couple minutes here with the upcoming slides. Ooh, yeah, thank you. There we go. And so you can find our decision package descriptions on pages 44 through 46 and 51 of the budget policies and process and decision section. And so I'll go ahead and jump right into it. For this slide, I'd like to highlight that we're going to be asking for 1 FTE position for this upcoming fiscal year, FY25. That's going to be somebody that will work on a full-time employee that will work with our web development team. Our web development team supports our intranet as well as our internet. So ChanWeb for the intranet, and of course chandleraz.gov. With both of those presences, we work very closely with CAPA. One of the things that you may recall when in the last 5 years, we've really strengthened ourselves on the cybersecurity front. As we did that, we found things that actually impacted all the other divisions, and we needed resources in those divisions to work with the cybersecurity team to continue to do things like remediation efforts, tightening up the code, and just making sure each and every application or anything on the infrastructure, network side, data center side, and of course our website is able to keep up with the trends on cybersecurity. So for this reason, we're going to be asking for an FTE position on the on the web team. We're also continuing to make progress on our Wi-Fi refresh. The past year, we made progress with new installs, for example, at the community center and our senior center. And so we're going to continue to do that. We've got about 20 more different facilities that we're trying to also get going on the Wi-Fi side. I think that was, yeah, still same side, that we'll be focusing on fiscal year 25. That includes new installs as well as refreshes. And in a lot of the facilities, the technology needs and the demand on the network actually increased. So we had to actually, in some cases, double and quadruple the infrastructure, things like access points on the Wi-Fi. So you'll see that in the upcoming fiscal year. All right, on this slide, I'd like to highlight the infrastructure monitoring. Infrastructure monitoring allows us to have 24/7 monitoring of our network, our data centers, our systems like software and solutions that tax both of those environments. This will allow us for rapid recovery if there are anything that goes wrong with any of our technologies after hours. This goes 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And this really takes a look at all aspects of technology and ensures that we have the performance and the stability and, of course, the security that we need on all of those technologies. We're also investing heavily in our citywide technology project portfolio related to the ongoing, and this includes ongoing costs for the new ERP system. And so we're actually moving that from, that'll be the cost for the new one, because as we're developing it, the cost actually starts, or the tab actually starts when we stand up the environment. And so you'll kind of see that happening in parallel with the current environments that we're in. Now for the next few slides, I will be talking about contractors. I won't necessarily go through each contractor, so I'll kind of go through the slide and just call out the number of contractors we're using. I might call out some of the focus areas for one or two of them as I go through them. These contractors are actually used to supplement our full-time staff with maintenance, with upgrades, software enhancements, including cybersecurity, enhancements that we have to put in there, as well as doing some work on some of the projects that we work on. This will be covered through the next 5 slides. On this slide, you'll actually notice that we have contractors for courts systems. We have a contractor for Oracle. And then we also have a contractor that will be coming in for integration management. I have 3 more contractors on this one. I'll highlight that we've made huge steps forward on the O365 side. As we do that, though, that also takes more demand on our network. So you'll see contractors kind of coming in complement to one another when we talk about this. Of course, the third one is a support analyst. This is an individual that will be helping with everything from receiving phone calls when staff needs help in all of the other departments to imaging laptops and things like that. We will be refreshing close to about 75 to 80% of our laptop fleet in the next 12 to 18 months. We have on this slide 3 more contractors around our databases. One of the things that we're going to be doing in the next 12 to 18 months also is putting a heavy amount of concentration on converting our databases from the Oracle platform to the SQL platform. That'll make it more modern, more robust, and you'll see a lot more performance as well. Excuse me. We have about 3 more contractors on this side. And these contractors will do everything from project coordination to helping our project managers as we go through exercises with multiple projects on process mapping and doing business analysis, regarding how we will evolve our processes with the new technologies that come into play. This will be our final slide when it comes to the contractor resources. So here you'll see 2 more contractor resources. This one again focuses heavily on cybersecurity and network. With the expansion of all the different technologies you've heard from, and you will hear from some of the other departments, that puts an extra load on our network. That extra load also, the new technologies will bring in extra vulnerabilities with more and more technologies. We just have to keep in front of that. And so you'll see a lot of concentration with these 2 contractors on the network side and the cybersecurity side. We also partner up with a consulting agency that provides us with multitudes of channels when it comes to expert analysis. If we have a question regarding any kind of new technology or emerging technology, we turn to our partners, and this one with Technology Insights. We also go to, with that partnership, we get access to conferences, literature, and we can actually talk to experts that have gone through transformation in organizations with various technologies that we're also looking to do the same thing with. As I was talking about in terms of database conversions from Oracle to SQL, this final one here is for our GIS database. And this will be converting the Oracle platform for our GIS into SQL. Okay, so on decision packages on this slide reflect the portion of the the portion of the projects that are funded by funds other than general funds. In this case, it's enterprise funds, primarily focused on wastewater. This will be resources that will go into the upgrade of our utility billing platform, as well as upgrading our current refuse management system, RMS, into a platform that is current and also meets all of the cybersecurity standards that we're trying to achieve for the city as well. Okay, and this is where we start into our CIP portion of our technology department. We have a robust information technology project portfolio, and this covers a multitude of projects. 3 of the big ones actually that I'll call out that make up the amount of $8,600,000 for the upcoming fiscal year would be the utility billing platform that I just talked about, as well as the ERP replacement. We're currently on Oracle, and we are pursuing a new ERP. And we've been spending the first couple of years on this with analysis, and we are in the process of basically identifying specific requirements for the new ERP system, and then we will start working on the replacement of that. When we stand up the environment for us to start working on, that's when the cost of that ongoing will start, and therefore you'll see that embedded in the cost of the 5.5. And so with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes, thank you for a great presentation. I know that you have a lot as you're kind of going through this process of making sure that our security is safe and secure. With these new added adjustments, software, FTE, all these different budgetary items, our city is pretty safe already. How much more confident does this put our team in a place where we feel we are working to stay above the curve, never getting behind, always trying to advance and move forward?
To the mayor, Councilmember Harris, it's a great question. And when it comes to cybersecurity, I like to try to frame that as it's a cat and mouse, type of a game. We're always looking at the cybersecurity threat actors are always coming up with more and more creative, innovative ways to penetrate any organization. We're no different than any organization, whether it's public or private sector. And in the last 5 years, what I am really pleased to say is that we actually built a cybersecurity program, a vulnerability management program. We also have the Cybersecurity Governance Committee with participation from members of multiple departments here at the city. We recently completed 16 policies that are about ready to be published once the final vetting is done with city management. With that team coming up, a lot of the resources that I talked about in my presentation, those are the resources now that will be coming in and continue to help us to just stay ahead or at least stay up with the current trends in cybersecurity. If you ask me the question of, am I comfortable that we're there? I would never be comfortable that we're there because that's when we will probably be most at risk.
Thank you so much. I know your team is doing a great job, and I just always appreciate that your team continues to bring new projects, continue to explore how cybersecurity is just, we talk about the threats on the ground, and we use law enforcement to activate those law enforcement areas. But this is just in today's technological age, this is just as equally as important as crime is not just happening physically, but is also happening on the cyber end of it. So I just wanted to tell you, good job and appreciate the work that your team is doing. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Matt Burdick, Communication and Public Affairs.
There we go. Good morning.
Let me see those baby pictures.
All right. Since we're heading to summer, I thought you might like a little iceberg.
You can't see that.
And then we've got a lot of different photos here of mayor and council, so I'll let you admire that for a minute.
Thank you.
I was going to say, mayor's right there in the middle, right?
Thank you for recognizing that.
All right, we'll jump in. Okay, want to thank council again. Just a couple months back, we celebrated our annual tradition of the State of the City. I appreciate your ongoing support and participation and involvement in that. Mayor, you did a great speech about how the communities reflects courage, brains, and heart. We also appreciate your support earlier this, I guess it was last year in the fall. Several of you had joined us as we had 3 Emmy nominations, and we're fortunate to bring one of those home for the Struthio video from 2024. So we're proud. That's the city's first ever Emmy award-winning production. We're going to be continuing to seek those in the future, but again, I appreciate the council's support. And then again, appreciate your support in terms of the ongoing things that we do on your behalf and for departments in terms of public appearances and proclamations and helping departments connect with residents through various means of communication and all the different productions that go into making that happen. And this past year, we also celebrated the completion of the digital media studio upgrade, which takes us to a completely different era of where we can help communicate in a video and digital format. CAPA is entirely funded through the general fund. We share a position with economic development, so we are 20.5 strong. Again, all funded through the general fund. You can find our decision packages on pages 40 and 50. So I'll go through those quickly here. First, translation services. We assist departments when they need to translate materials into different languages. We provide that for all the city departments, so that's an ongoing amount for that. The Joint Team Chandler talent recruitment website, we moved into a maintenance mode this past year. This essentially the 50,000 of ongoing will support maintenance of the website going forward, and the 75,000 is again a same amount as we're currently spending on different media tactics in terms of search engine optimizations, retargeting people that come visit the webpage to look at job opportunities and career opportunities. So we continue to have good success with that. Marketing and promotions. The ongoing amount here is associated with technology. Part of the marketing and promotions budget is some temporary staff to help us with social media and graphic design to support departments. And the balance of that is for various marketing efforts, support services for our website, social media efforts. So if there's questions about that, let me know. But essentially, this is continuing on our marketing efforts that we've had in previous years. Cityscope, this offset the cost of printing Cityscope and distributing that. The cable access channel, this is essentially offset with cable license revenue, but this continues the support for equipment and vendor support services, as well as temporary staff that help us with video and photography production. And then the temporary print mill graphics technicians, again, we currently have 3 full-time positions there. We have 1 temporary, and we have 1 part-time temporary. This will take us to 2 part-time temporary to help with everything from print production, utility bill processing, all incoming and outgoing mail, and about 700 graphic design projects that they produce annually for departments.
Mayor?
Councilmember Poston.
Just a quick question, Matt. Cityscope's been around forever. Has that always been a one-time? Is that, or is this just additional due to increased
The
cost?
reason we do one time is for a couple reasons. One, we're going to be preparing for the transition in the near future for a different vendor to produce the utility bills. So we don't want to have an ongoing. And then our hope is that with that transition, we'll have more and more people move to the electronic billing, which would reduce the volume of pieces that we would need to produce. So we've done this annually as a one-time based on the amount of newsletters that would be printed.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then community engagement. There's a few things that are referenced here. One is our process to handle constituent inquiries, as you all know, is a very manual process. So part of this is an investment in a platform that can help us more effectively and efficiently, and quite frankly, in a more sophisticated way, manage constituent inquiries that come into the mayor council office to track those and follow up with our residents. Another is to continue. We have a part-time position that helps with remarks and organization of city council events and speaking engagements and those things. So that will continue that part-time person. And then council's involved in a variety of different policy and business forums that you come and represent the city at locally and regionally. And so this would continue that in an ongoing amount of $9,000. And then mayor, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, this is the annual dues associated with your participation in that organization. So with that, I'll take any questions. Sorry, there's one more here. I forgot. John Knutson, we do have for the water conservation program. This is funded on the enterprise fund. So this is continuing at the same level that we've done in the last couple of years to educate people about water conservation programs and rebates.
Well, we had no questions until that one. No.
Okay. John?
Council? I think we're good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you guys do.
Absolutely.
It's time for the fun to begin. Good morning, Mayor and Council. So happy to be here. I'm going to be doing part of our presentation today, and then Ryan will also be doing some presenting on our decision packages. So to get started, you can see our family pictures here. And I just want to go back. What was that? I tried. Okay. See Ryan's beautiful family there? And it might create children. Just ignore mine. All right, I'm just gonna touch on and our accomplishments. You can see the a tremendous amount of work that's happening out in our community and our neighborhoods. You see the numbers there. And of course, you're very familiar with the services that we provide for residents in need. You can see over 2,000 residents in crisis connecting to our services last year, and that's just through the CARES team. The one I really want to highlight is the exciting villas on McQueen. I am so proud to tell you that we are at 50% completion on construction. We are right on target to be done in May of 26. So we'll start that ribbon cutting planning sometime early next year. And along those lines, we will move in the 78 households that we're going from existing sites. We'll get those move-ins started and as soon as we're able to that summer, right after we get our certificate of occupancy. We will start a wait list for the Light Tech units probably in about February of 26. So everything is moving right on track with that project. I'm really pleased with that. Going into our operating budget, with the decision packages this year, we're up to 67 positions. And you can see the breakdown here between our personnel and operations and maintenance. And of course, we always like to share that we are about 82% grant funded. That has gone up a little bit through the years by a couple percent. But as you know, we can always watch what is happening on the federal level with the grant funds. Now more than ever, we continue to track and look at everything that we're hearing about federal budgets. And obviously working with Don and Josh, we'll be giving you updates as we get updated information. With that, we're ready to kick off into our decision packages, which you can see or start on page 46. I am going to have Ryan go ahead and do the general fund packages, and then I will come back up to do those that are funded with other funding. All right.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Great to see you today. We are going to start, again, we're just going to highlight a couple here, but please feel free to ask questions on any of them. So we're going to start with our Community Resources Senior Specialist. You might know this position as our CARES team. This is the position that fields all sort of non-medical, non-emergency calls coming to the city for basic needs. So someone might be calling for food or rental assistance, or even something like, you know, my father has dementia and I don't know what to do. This position has been temporarily funded for the last 5 years, so we're looking to convert it to full-time regular position. This position generally receives about 7 new calls a day, averaging about 160 per month. The person refers to nonprofit organizations and also other governmental organizations. And there she is in the middle there, Kindle. So moving on, I'm going to highlight on this slide our Housing Stability Senior Specialists. These folks are also known as the Housing Stability Team. These are the folks that really both prevent people from becoming homeless if they're having a crisis in their current home, or rehouse people and work back towards self-sufficiency by getting them re-employed, reconnected to the community, and just visiting their, stabilizing them in their crisis situation. These positions have been temporarily funded for the last 3 years through grants and other one-time funds. Again, we're looking to convert these positions to full-time positions. We often refer to this team as our secret sauce. It's really what separates our programs from other programs and really helping people maintain their stability once they've lost it. The last thing I want to say about this team is that this team really engages landlords in our community. So they engage them to be part of our housing programs, and then they really support them throughout the process. Moving on to this slide, the one I'm going to highlight here is our Operation Open Door. That is our non-congregate shelter. We have 25 units running at any one time. That's about 45 rooms because 10 of our units are 2-bedroom units to support families. We are projecting about a 20% increase in the numbers of people we serve, both in this program and our other homeless programs this year. We've just been really analyzing the numbers, and it looks like we're going to serve about 20% more people. This program is very successful. We have a 98% positive exit rate from this program. And last on this page, I'd like to look at our heat relief program. So as you know, each year we provide a series of services to make sure people are safe, either in their homes or if they're people who are living unsheltered. We have day respite center services. So those are during the day, you can rest or sleep. We also are adding, thanks to your leadership, this year we will be adding overnight services on the days that the National Weather Service alerts us that it is an extreme emergency. We will also have 8 cooling stations throughout the center and continue to operate our emergency portable AC lending program this year for people who have crisis in their homes. Any questions about those before I turn it back over to Leah?
I'll just make a comment. I'm appreciative with the heat relief. I know this overnight is the only one that will be operating this year in the East Valley, and there's only 2 across the entire valley. So I'm appreciative of us stepping up. And when it's a 95, and that's your cool point at night, it is extremely dangerous to be on the street or even be a senior and experiencing issues because your AC isn't working. So I'm very appreciative of this program.
We really appreciate your support in launching it.
Councilmember Encinas.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions here.
You bet.
Here for the illegal dumping, the part-time code inspector, is that a position that is already the temporary one? Is that already happening, or is this going to be a new temporary position for this?
So I might call on Leah for this. Yeah, I'm going to let Leah answer that question.
Through the mayor, council member Encinas, this program is still considered in a pilot stage. So yes, we do already have a temporary person on. We've spent a big portion of this year developing the program. So we want to continue with that temporary position for this next year to really get a good handle on the statistics, the need, the causes, all of those type of things. And then we may be asking in the future for something more permanent, but we really want to continue to do analysis this next year.
So what is the difference between the duties of code enforcers compared to this one specifically?
Through the mayor, councilmember Encinas, the idea behind this is this gives us a person who can focus and get out to illegal dumping situations more quickly, but also work with our alley technician. A lot of the illegal dumping that we see in the city is with alleys. And then, so it relieves that from the code inspectors and actually will allow us to, it allows us to react a little quicker. They will have they do have the contact with our hauling contractor. Often we will use our hauling contractor to take care of issues. Also through this program is where we work on any encampment cleanups. Encampment cleanups involve the work of the navigation team, the police department at times, and certainly code enforcement. So this is a body that's also dedicated to that piece of it, and it just allows us to be able to respond quicker.
So are code enforcers not going through alleyways or inspecting, or is that just not, I don't want to say not a priority, but do they do some portion of that?
Yeah. Through the mayor, councilmember Encinas, we have an alley program where this one technician, the alley technician, focuses strictly on the alleys and is able to get through the alleys multiple times a year. Prior to having that dedicated program, it was really only if a code inspector would see something in the alley as they were looking for something else, or it wasn't proactive, it was reactive if we got a complaint about an alley. Both the alley technician program is really all proactive. And so what they do is they're the ones that mail out the letters to the residents to say, we're going to be coming out, looking your alley. Remember, this is your responsibility to this point. They'll go back. And then eventually, if we have cases that don't get cleaned up, then those will actually get referred to an inspector to go through that process. But it's really a proactive program. What we're doing with illegal dumping is kind of along those lines. We're trying to be a little bit more proactive with it because the longer you let something sit there, the more likely it is that more items will get dumped with it. So this gives us the ability to help the alley technician, to help the inspectors, but also to be more proactive with it.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. If you can send not in a rush or anything, but some statistics on whether there's hot spots in certain areas in the alleys, and just to get some more information on that illegal dumping in alleys. I know alleys are very important to our residents. Jumping over to as well, the Envision program here. I know you guys did a great job in the Galveston neighborhood, and you guys are moving over to the Hartford area school, that area. Is the funding that you guys have allocated right here, the 30,000, do you think that's sufficient enough for the program for that area?
Through the mayor, council member Encinas, we do have the decision package you see here covers really the entire Envision program. I know that it was suggested that there was a council amendment that to cover specifically for Hartford. And that is something, it depends on the extent that we want to go with Hartford. One of the things that we were looking at is, do we want to do some placemaking, things similar to what we did in Galveston? I will say though that timing comes into play as well, that we have to build a relationship with the neighborhood. So I think that's a piece of what the consideration should be with that, is that are we going to be at the point during this next fiscal year to be able to start that placemaking process? Every neighborhood is different, so a lot of what you're starting with is just building the relationship that's unique to that area. So that's part of the reason why you saw that got really divided into two different packages, because it's also a timing issue.
Got you. Thanks for clarifying that, just because I know this area is probably going to be bigger than what you guys were dealing with in Galveston. So I was just making sure you guys had, adequate funds there. But it does make sense when you're saying this is going to be over a few year period to establish that relationship. And lastly is on the trap, neuter, and release, the TNR program here that we have allocated. Do you think that is going to be enough funding? I know we went through a pilot program, and I don't know if you have any feedback as far as the results of that.
Sure. Through the mayor, councilmember Encinas. So where we are with that program is we had actually started it the previous fiscal year. So the contract has actually gone over 2 fiscal years. We started the contract with $20,000. We still have $10,000 left in this fiscal year's funding. And we will be meeting with the agency hopefully in the next 2 weeks to establish where they are. We know that they have at this point about $5,000 left, but we haven't received the billing for April.
rewards and then 2001. And then recap when it was still pretty brutal. He had both knees doing this, and it's still brutal. Same day. Yeah. My dad was having problems since he was so anyway, I'm going down that road. But, it's not, I don't know, hopefully this cortisone is like a game changer. Even inside, the whole back of my thigh and calf was stiff. Your system will come. Yeah. I could get my knee back to about there, and now I can go, back further. So I'm in favor, and I know it's probably distracting. I'm I have zero time for that strengthening of the other muscles. Yeah, the muscles around it. So all the way up in the glute. Yeah. The way you carry yourself. Yeah. I might help a little bit. Good help. Yeah, but this is the inside. And they do the injection here, but when they did it, I had to have the injection in my shoulder like 4 or 5 years ago. And it was like that night I could sleep better. It was like it's a miracle. And I responded well to it. And I know they said it takes allow 3 days for the full effect. I just hope it hits me for the next 4 weeks. And we can talk about trying to get the insurance to approve the gel, and we'll see how long it lasts. Typically lasts a little bit longer. Yeah. And then the gel, I did. There's a couple. Yeah. So that does not fill in the new position. It doesn't include the existing. And it was the first step is to get the insurance company approved. Probably get whatever they'll approve. So that's the reality. You have health care. Blue Cross. We had Blue Cross right now. I'm in on the decision to get the first company. I'm senior VP, so I'm in on the decision. I'm always watching our 2 other board members. We can afford a little bit better plan less time. We're making good money. I mean, we're doing huge profit sharing bonuses. So, pay a little upfront. Some of these guys, they got kids, they may have to make 2 family deductibles. That's $10,000, $10,000 or $11,000. And right now it's like $5,000 deductible, but it's like a maximum of 6 or 7 out of pocket before you're free and clear. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, and our guys are making good money, but that's punitive. But they argue, well, we do the big profit sharing bonus and all that. It's a balance. We do not offer that. We've only got about 50 employees, so we're not big enough to really do that. So, and we're bringing on 2 more board members because myself and the president's going to retire in July. I'm senior VP. I'll probably retire December 12th. That's Christmas bonus. Christmas bonus come out there. So the idea is if I stay on until our ESOP plan year runs from May 1st to April 30th. So if I stay on to like November, December, I have $1,000 during the plan year. I'm a participant, so I can get a redistribution from the 2 other guys that are going to retire this year. And they've been in it a long time, so it's a big chunk of change. The president's got about $1.5 million in there, and then I'll get a redistribution of that. So one of my best buddies, in the steel department, I've known him he was number 2 in the steel, guy number 1. He retired last July, and I signed his ESOP check with like $48 shy of $1 million. And I got to sign his check, so that was kind of fun. He really wanted me to sign his check because I've been working with him forever. So it's a significant amount of money. It's worked out considerably better. So if I stay around that other year, or to that plan year, it could be a couple $100,000 more in there. So for me, so it's worked out better than I ever would have imagined. Plus we have the 401k. Yeah. And then plus I've been saving and retiring on my own since I was 21 years old. So I'm there financially. It's just timing it. Well, the thing is like having the health when you get to retirement, you want to be able to live in it. Exactly. Right. And enjoy it. Have the time to enjoy it. I don't want to keep working forever. That's like, I'm 66 now. I'll be 67 in November. My best friend
died at 74, you know, and I thought we were gonna keep going for a while.
Yeah, our buddies were like the only time we see each other at a funeral.
Yeah, yeah,
So I'm 56.
yeah.
And
You know, but between, you know, we're that age group.
Hey, how are you? How are you? Good. How's your knee? Good.
We were just talking
I'm
about
not to hear. Yeah. Yeah, it gets stiff if I do too much, but nothing running. Yeah. But on my bike, I bike the stationary bike, so I'll ride. Yeah. You're hanging out all day?
I'll probably go for a stroll. I may go over to Santa and eat. An hour is a long break for me. You usually take 20 minutes to work. Strawberry. I'm doing
Oh, yeah.
doing strawberry. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, I got a bunch of little projects.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we lost audio for a little bit, but it seems like it's back. But no one's in here anymore, so wanted to test it. It's working. Hello. Julie's back there listening. Testing, 1, 2, 3. It sounds good in here. Yeah.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test.
And that makes a lot of changes probably in like everything, and the special events and then going back and forth. And when is that happening? They don't want what? exactly get where it's going or how it's going to fit. Oh my gosh. And that's, let's see, so that's special events, so that falls under cultural development too then, huh? Okay. Yeah, that might be worth a little.
I know. Bathroom, and I was like, I know me either.
All right, now everyone comes scrambling. It's that time. The gavel has fallen. Next is City Magistrate, Judge Skupin.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So fun fact about judges, there has been a study done on judges and whether or not you're sentenced before or after lunch. It turns out that if you are sentenced before lunch, you're more likely to get a harsher sentence because judges are hungry. So I think I have the benefit in this case. So,
Are we all right? She's gonna say, oh, that's your family?
yeah, so what I did is I took a family photo of our backyard dinner and I made it into a cartoon using AI just for fun.
I love it.
Yeah, my husband begrudges the white beard. It was black when I married him, but a wife, 5 kids, and several pets later, it's gray. Yeah.
I love it.
All right, so for the court, all of our accomplishments are really surrounded or revolve around 3 main functions. We want to increase access to the courts and the justice system. We want to cultivate relationships with our community and build trust with our court users. And we want to invest back into our personnel, our court team members, and make sure that they are professionals, not only for our sake, because the city does provide excellent customer service and services, but for their sake. And so they get skills, continuing education. And I'm happy to say, and a little sad to say, the last couple of people that we've lost from our court team have gone on to bigger and better things because of the skills that they've received with us. So those are the things that we've accomplished so far. One of the things that here is listed is that we've increased our training on staff over 900 hours over the last fiscal year, and that included cybersecurity, active shooter awareness, and just better functioning processes in the court system to make it more efficient. We have 42 employees, and we have a budget of just over $5.7 million. And we're all 100% general fund funded. And our decision packages are on page 39 and 40. They should not be unfamiliar. I've tried to review them with each of you individually so that I could answer your questions. But just briefly, we have 2 that are one-time funds for our court security contract and our part-time temporary employee that helps with extra work. And then 2 are just slight increases because of cost of living and general increases in contract amounts for our public defender services and our pro tem judges that come in to substitute for our judges when they're out. What I'm excited about, though, is to talk to you about our capital improvement project. I know I've mentioned it to some of you. We want to increase our access to the court. We've tried different ways, online access, virtual hearings. We have an online reservation system now on our website. So if you want to see a judge and you don't want to wait and see how long it's going to take, you can go to the screen on the webpage and pick a time and a date that you want to see a judge, and we'll be ready to see you then. So that's kind of like when you schedule an urgent care visit with your hospital. We can do that now with the court. This actual upgrade to the building is one of our windows that faces outside to the courtyard. We want to convert it into a customer service window, which eliminates a lot of the hassle that people need to do to come into the building. So we can shorten the time people come to see a clerk for either a payment plan or cancel a warrant or ask a question about their case. But also it gives us some agility and flexibility to possibly service people after hours or on weekends if we ever get to that point. So let's say we had a window open from 5 to 6 p.m. When people get off of work and they want to see someone about their case, we would have that functionality that would eliminate the need to open a whole courthouse, have security staff, a supervisor, and additional clerks there. So it's a way to mainstream the access to the court to more people, but also make it very streamlined and functional. I don't have anything else to add at this time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Just one quick question. So the step, that was part of the contractual thing, that was the 2-year contract, right? In terms of the COLA for the presiding?
Well,
You
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
go
question.
back a couple slides if you
Sure.
could. The
Oh, the pro
No,
tem
okay,
increase?
no, I understand. My question, I'm fine, thank you.
Yes, that's for the substitute judges that come
I
in,
understand.
just a minor increase. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any
All
other
right.
questions? All right, thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Nikki Tapia from Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion.
Good afternoon, Council. First, I want to say this is a miracle of my family actually taking this picture in March. We never take any family photos, but one of my uncles just retired from Freeport after 50 years of service. And I have a couple retired city employees in there too. Thank you for the opportunity to present our FY 25-26 DEI budget. As we begin, I want to take a moment to frame our approach. Diversity, equity, and inclusion works to support a Chandler where all residents, employees, and community feel welcome, connected, and informed. As you read through our accomplishments, I want to share that our work focuses on building equitable and inclusive city practices, strengthening community partnerships, supporting employee development, and creating a space for shared understanding and civic participation across all backgrounds. There's a lot of conversations nationally about what DEI is and what it isn't. Here in Chandler, our approach is thoughtful, practical, and grounded in community needs. We support engagement, accessibility, collaboration, and we stay focused on solutions that serve everyone. Our annual budget is a little over $772,000, and that is for 3 FTEs. We are 100% generally funded, and you can find our decision packages on page 43. So our first decision package ask is strategic plan initiatives. It's the most impactful and flexible investment in our budget. Unlike other line items that are tied to fixed events or programs, this funding allows us to act on opportunity, to respond quickly to new ideas, partnerships, or needs that align with our award-winning DEI strategic plan. Some of those opportunities include Basecamp software for improved communications with our nonprofits, legacy partners, interfaith leaders, and Latino and immigrant outreach. We've brought together citywide volunteer coordinators who've requested employee training on topics like difficult volunteers and difficult conversations. These kind of training will ensure confidence and consistency citywide in our volunteer programming. We've piloted a small business ambassador program, and we're working with 25 businesses to promote city resources and DEI initiatives. To reach more residents, we've gone beyond social media and placed printed posters in businesses quarterly. featuring Cityscope updates and DEI events. These posters are provided in English, Spanish, Vietnamese, and more. And they include QR codes linking to the full digital version of the Cityscope. We collaborate with CAPA to ensure the information is accurate and up to date. We're working with the Chandler Interfaith Connection. It's a growing network of faith leaders dedicated to fostering unity, collaboration, and mutual understanding among Chandler's diverse faith-based organizations. We're also working on the creation of a lead Chandler Young Adult program in collaboration with Chandler Gilbert Community College and CUSD, launching in the fall of 2025. It's designed to empower young adults, build leadership skills, and encourage civic involvement. This funding will also support our internal city employee development. We had an internal speaker series that so far has had 13 sessions and 300 employees. We survey employees for their feedback and topics they would specifically like to hear about. And this series is directly of what employees want to hear. Some of those examples are microaggressions and women in non-traditional roles. This is how we stay aligned with our strategic plan while staying nimble and responsive. Our next ask is for the temporary DEI program specialist. This specialist plays a key role in delivering on our mission. The position manages our major DEI events like the Multicultural Festival, Diwali, Contigo Dia de Fiesta, and Cultural Music in the Park. It also serves as our liaison to our legacy cultural partners and Chandler sister cities. The position continues to build trusted relationships with cultural organizations that have served Chandler for decades. We've built deep trust and connections with these legacy groups, many of whom now serve as messengers of broader city services, helping their communities access support, programming, and opportunities beyond just events. Our next ask is for DEI legacy partner organization support and event sponsorship. We continue to support more than a dozen legacy partners, including Miss Indian Arizona, SEMA Turkish Festival, Chandler Men of Action, East Valley Jewish Community Center, Chandler Pride, and others. This funding will help increase our annual allocations to legacy partners. With increased costs across the board, many partners appreciate a small bump in their city sponsorship amounts. These organizations do more than host cultural events. They help celebrate and educate our communities, connect attendees to city services, promote civic engagement, and build bridges that amplify Chandler's broader goals. This funding also includes our pilot event sponsorship program. We offer up to $2,500 and DEI staff support to 5 new or emerging community events that reflect underrepresented aspects of DEI or something not covered by our legacy partners. Some examples of some groups that have been funded are Archwood Black Marketplace, Korean Cultural Festival, Land and Legacy Inclusive CPR and Seizure Training, and the 4th Annual South Pacific Island Festival that moved from Chandler to Tempe. The organizers of this event live in Chandler and were thrilled by the city's show of support. Together, DEI, produced events, legacy, and our partner events reached over 44,000 residents this year, demonstrating impact and reach. To close, the budget supports inclusion as a practice. It provides tools and resources of city staff, trust and support of our community partners, and opportunity to residents who want to contribute to Chandler's future. Thank you for your continued support and investment in building a city where everyone belongs. With that, I'll take any questions.
Questions?
Nope.
Wow, you get the after lunch benefit. Thank you, Nikki.
Thank you.
The word's going to get out. You're going to have people fighting to go after lunch now. You realize that?
Council, we should be done by 1:15. All right, Human Resources, Raylan Nielsen.
Good afternoon. So I, like Kim and Dana, will take every opportunity to showcase my grandkids.
Aw.
And I love it that I don't think we're old enough to be grandmas. And when people call them my kids, I don't argue. So that's good. So thank you for allowing me to present the HR budget this year. We've been very busy this year supporting all the amazing departments that you've heard from today. We are involved in everything from recruitment to retirement and everything in between. So 2 things that I wanted to highlight. I once again want to shine the light on our internship program and our ongoing partnership with Chandler Gilbert Community College. Really helping develop and launch this initiative has been one of the most rewarding things I've done since I've been employed with the city. So some stats for you. 6 internships have been completed, processes, since we piloted this in 2023. We're wrapping up the 6th one this month. Over 40 departments, divisions, cost centers, however you want to break that out, have participated in the program thus far. We've had 69 individual interns who have completed 106 internships. So this includes the original internship, and then if they extend to a second one. I love it when a department calls and says, we love our intern, can we please keep them? So we allow that for one additional internship program. So 82% of our interns go on to a second internship. Of that, 16 or 28% of our interns have found city employment. So they've went on to be temporary employees. We're grooming them to continue to follow along in our footsteps. And we will be kicking off number 7 in September. And the word is out at the community college. We got 553 applications from 280 different individuals. So some apply for different internships, more than one. And we've already conducted 252 interviews for those placements in September. So it's really cool. It's so amazing. The second one that I want to highlight is the launch of our new citywide parental leave benefit. So this was a key milestone for our city's overall benefits roadmap, and it's really exciting to see this initiative come to fruition. So this policy provides up to 160 hours of paid leave or 240 hours for fire employees for the birth or the adoption of a child. And this is separate from any accrued sick or vacation time that they have. So far, we've had 18 employees who have taken advantage of it, with 8 more slated coming up soon. It's been very well received, and I think it stands as another strong example of our commitment to supporting our Chandler employees. And we're very grateful to Mayor and Council for the support in making this come to fruition. So we have 25 FTE. The majority of our budget is personnel and benefits. We are split between the general fund and 3 self-insurance funds that we manage. And in the interest of time, I pulled all of my decision packages, so I have nothing to show today.
Oh, wow.
But with that, I'll take any questions that you have.
Mayor.
Thank you, Raylan. Councilmember Orlando.
Just a comment, Raylan. You guys are doing a great job. And sometimes I and maybe either of the council members will come to City Hall and we'll see an orientation. And of course, I have to stop and say hello, right?
Yes.
And I cannot tell you at least once or two, maybe even 3 people said, oh, I used to work in Chandler, but I'm back. And that says it all right there. That extra nickel or $1.50 doesn't equate to the cultural aspect and what we do here in the city. So kudos to you and your department for helping drive that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Economic Development with Micah Robert Miranda.
The alias is Roberto. All right, so these are my roommates. They eat all my food. They leave a mess everywhere, but they're my crew, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So there's the 6 of us. 2024-25 year to date has been really an amazing year for the economic development team in the city of Chandler. As you know, we've had a major emphasis on backfilling empty office space. So we've had some great locates with DR Horton, Mahoney Group, and some of our other locates as well. We've also talked extensively about redevelopment, filling big box space, and you can see through this list, Round One, Carolinas, Mox Board House, some of these projects that are bringing new life to older areas of the city are very important to us. Part of our charge is to always get out and meet with our businesses. We've had 55 market assessment meetings with Chandler companies year to date, which really is rolling into the Chandler Career Center, what we have going on in that capacity. 2 years ago, Mayor and Council provided funding for a temporary position to focus on workforce development. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but part of our BREs and market assessment meetings have really discussed labor issues and what's going on there and how we can help these companies. So that's proven to be very, very positive with the Chandler Career Center platform, and looking to take that to the next level this year. And obviously, a couple council meetings ago, we recognize the Chandler Innovation Fair science exhibitor winners. So that's always a great event. Appreciate mayor and council support on that, and also for bringing in some of the sponsorship dollars associated with that. So we are a 8.5 FTE team, total operating and personnel of 2.4 million, 100% general funded. And page 43 of your package, we'll talk about some of our DPs. So the first one we have is ongoing adjustment for targeted digital marketing campaigns. Last year, council appropriated one-time amount of $24,000. We've seen a lot of success with that. So we're looking to continue that going forward. We're also looking to add 12,000 to do some additional targeted ad buys as well, which we historically haven't done. We're looking to drive more traction to the website. Software subscription increases, like everything else, we've seen a increase in those. So just trying to stay ahead of those costs. That goes towards our databases for market information, real estate databases, Adobe software as well that we use to put together our RFP response packages. We do have a request for one-time amount for continuing the temporary workforce development position, which is going extremely well. To date, we have approximately 50 businesses onboarded into the Chandler Career Center. That includes approximately 600 job seekers for 800 jobs available in Chandler. And those 800 jobs are physical positions that were posted by City of Chandler staff to get that up and running. So seeing a lot of momentum there, a lot of participation. It's been really fun to watch individuals come in. We're helping them with their resumes, getting them on career centers, and then finding them employment throughout the city. And we had one job seeker who needed help with their resume. They ended up getting a job at Gummy World here in Chandler as a result of it. So those are the anecdotal stories and the successes we're seeing there, which we love to hear. We're really affecting people's lives. We have an ongoing or one-time amount for the Chandler Career Center hosting and maintenance, which is the platform that lives on. 2 years ago, we offered business courses for Spanish-speaking entrepreneurs. It was wildly successful. We didn't offer it this year. We have received requests for resuming that programming. So we're coming before council asking for $6,200 for that. And then the offset of $50,000 for the Chandler Innovation Fair, which is obviously supported by sponsorship. So that's just a placeholder in the budget. The other two items we have are entrepreneurial and small business development services. This is generally our funding that we contract with ASU for the Chandler Endeavor project. This year has been really a kind of a banner year for the Endeavor clients. We've had 3 go on to present at Venture Madness, our highest amount ever. Really interesting to see the success of those companies start to take shape here and the engagement that we're seeing across those entrepreneurs. And then we have a one-time amount of $51,450 for a temporary economic development research associate. You guys all probably see Joe sitting out there. He was actually one of our interns that we got through Raylyn. So thank you for Raylyn and her team there to help us snag him. But this is to keep him on to really help with some of the additional projects we have coming up this year that we were actually able to receive funding through the Chandler IDA. So Josh, good idea. Got that IDA funding for a couple of those major projects mayor and council asked us to bring forward. So that research associate will help implement some of those projects. We don't have anything in fiscal year 25-26 plan for the infill incentive, but we do have an amount of $325,000 for new monument signages in Uptown Chandler. I think Councilmember Harris was asking about that at our retreat on Monday. So I told you we're going to be for you on the budget. 225,000 is for those monument signs. The remaining 50,000 goes towards maintenance of the existing monument signs we have in West Chandler, Price Corridor, to keep those looking sharp and not run down. And that's it for me. Any questions?
Look quick.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thanks, Barry. Where's the funding for the next 20 for the economic strategic vision? Is that already in the budget or?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Orlando, we received grant funding for that. That was one of the 2 items I briefly just mentioned. So we've secured that through grant funding.
Okay.
And we're going to be bringing that contract to council in June.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Barry.
Thank you, Micah. Next up, Mike Collinsworth from Buildings and Facilities.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to present to you our 25-26 budget for buildings and facilities as well as fleet. And this is who keeps me busy on the weekends. Notably, my mom and dad are still with me, fortunately. Dad hits 90 this year, and mom hits 86, so she's close behind. And picture of me and my girlfriend that was actually Hawaii this year, so that's a favorite spot for us. Accomplishments for facilities in 24-25, we completed, I believe it was 6 roofing projects. I know it has rained at least 6 times in Arizona this year because it rains every time we do a roof project. I've even held off on washing my car on roof days. So it's just a bad luck thing, I think. It never fails. We did complete a citywide camera assessment throughout the whole city in an effort to give us a more strategic guidance with our camera system. We did restore flooring and carpet. I believe it was 5 facilities. Most of that was epoxy flooring and a little bit of carpet. We also replaced fire alarm systems at 3 facilities. As you recall, maybe for previous years, we try to do a few of those every year, and that's as a result of our facility condition assessment from prior years. And lastly, we installed key management system hardware and software at certain facilities. This is an effort to cut down on the amount of keys that we issued. The keys are stored in these secured boxes and are activated with our key fobs and key card access. And our proposed operating budget for business facilities, total of $9.8 million with 47 FTE, and that's divided between our personal benefits and operations and maintenance. And we are 100% funded by the general fund. You can find our decision packages on page 39. And we have 3 decision packages. The first one is the AED program, in which we are taking that from fire. It's being transferred to us. And then the buildings and facilities preventative maintenance budget adjustment in the amount of $250,000 and utility budget adjustment of $500,000 for cost increases. And then our CIP, these CIP categories should look familiar. Our existing city building renovation repairs line item is our normal bucket, so to speak, where we extract funding for major projects and renovations throughout the city. And again, that's based on our current facility condition assessment that was performed in 2021. And again, building security enhancements, that's also a carryover from previous years. And that's where we make all of our camera hardware improvements, and it'll be part of our camera assessment will be included in that too. Any questions on buildings and facilities?
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. We'll move on to fleet. All right. So accomplishments for fleet in 24-25, we continue to enhance our faster fleet management software. Seems like every year we try to implement another feature that allows us to give us more usability and tracking and data for managing our fleet. We also rolled out a customer portal that is on ChanWeb, which is being used by all departments to better input and request service of vehicles. In addition to implementing faster, it also changed our processes, a lot of them. So we went ahead and completed all standard operating procedures for our fleet management software. That way, if any one of my staff leaves, they can open up a book, in theory, and someone else can pick up right where we left off. We did complete our vehicle replacement order for fiscal year 24-25, always a challenge throughout every year, and we're maintaining our aging fleet through supply chain issues. We still have supply chain issues that we do navigate. They are getting better. I will say they're a lot better than they were probably a couple years ago. And we have caught up substantially on our vehicle replacement program. At one time, we were probably 2 years behind, but I think we're in good shape now based on our vehicle order that's proposed for 25-26. And a notable staff, which is very remarkable, the amount of staff that we have. We completed 1,739 work orders in the fiscal year, and 961 of those were preventative maintenance. So we're going to see probably that number hopefully flip-flop after a while, where we're doing a lot more preventative maintenance than we are actual work orders. And then our operating budget is $1.5 million with 12 FTE. And again, we are 100% funded by the general fund. And that is it. Any questions on fleet?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Ryan Reeves. And as he is coming up, Ryan was recently named the 2025 Airport Executive of the Year by the Arizona Airports Association. But wait, there's more. He was also selected as the recipient of the Arizona Airports Association's 2025 President's Award, recognizing his outstanding leadership and service to Arizona aviation community. So I think we can clearly say, in terms of the aviation community, he's a top gun, and we're glad you can be our wingman anytime. And just remember, council, here we have a need for speed in presentations.
Well done, sir. I know who was responsible for that, but that was
Maybe.
excellent. Thank you. It should come as no surprise to you that my backup crew also kind of likes what I like, just a little bit. That's my family in our spare time, doing what we do in our work time. But proud to say I'm, as many of you know, third generation aviation, and it does appear I'm raising the fourth. So keep your fingers crossed. At the airport, I'll just highlight a couple of these. One of the things we're super proud of this year is we completed the design of 100% ADOT funded taxiway extension at the airport, fixing a 40-year traffic jam on our northern side, and fixing a tremendous number of efficiency problems with the field's daily flow. So very excited for that. And we also replaced the entirety of all lighting and modernized the lighting on taxiway Charlie, as well as all electrical feeds. The tenants would be very unhappy indeed if I did not mention the fact that we also have received their buy-in and have received 100% design on the runway, or on the hangar area pavement reconstruction project, where we'll reconstruct taxiways and taxi lanes at the airfield around our hangar environment that literally get transited hundreds of times a day. So very excited for those accomplishments this year, and more to come from each of them. We have 7 full-time employees. Our budget is $1.7 million, and we are 100% airport operating fund. Our decision packages may be found on page 50 of your packets. And diving into a couple of these, I will highlight right out of the gate the airport subscriptions and memberships. That is for professional aviation centered organizations that also provide training and certifications to airport staff that we will be enrolling in throughout the year, and then maintaining our certifications. Next, I will note that airport business development, that is specifically dedicated to sending staff to national conferences that deal with aviation suppliers, operators, and developers. That is to put us in conferences with folks at the National Business Aviation Associations, possibly Helicopter Association International, and other trade organizations, so that we can focus on future business development and operational development of our field. Airport community engagement, happy to report we're bringing this forward again to, in January, host another airport day and grow it. We will, in addition to this, be seeking sponsorships from the community as well. Already have a significant amount of interest in that sector. And I will also note the airport master plan and airport layout plan update must be undertaken because of all of the projects that are currently underway at the field. Per federal regulations, we have to update all of the improvements we have made to date, and also reconfigure one section, specifically the south side of the field on the airport master plan, to reflect said changes. So very, very exciting there. And the airport minimum operating standards update, in an effort to remain current with the times, as it were, and remain fair and equitable, as well as keeping up with all of the changes in our industry. We are going to go out and update all of the minimum standards and operating
requirements we have for commercial and recreational users at the airfield in order to ensure that we always maintain a safe and efficient and as self-sustaining operations at the airport as we can. With that, I'll take questions on decision packages.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Council members, any questions? Oh, well, there you go again. It's another one after lunch.
Well,
Thank you.
I do have some CIPs, ma'am.
Oh, let's continue to do that. Let's push that through. I thought you were done.
I'll draw your attention to the runway 4 right 22 left extension community impact study. This is entirely predicated on the results of our ongoing, as council is all aware, community impact study on a possible runway extension. This is in no way a guarantee that we're going to do said runway extension, but as Dawn noted earlier today, should we receive council and more importantly community direction in the future to pursue a runway extension of the south runway, we need to be budgetarily prepared for such. So what is represented here is specifically the environmental assessment and engineering services in the coming years. But again, entirely predicated upon the direction we receive from the community and council in future. I would also like to express the aviation community and certainly the airport's heartfelt gratitude for the annual pavement maintenance management CIP line, which you have funded for many years. It has become the model in the state on how to handle civic airport pavement. Very appreciated there. Moving along, I will note the rehabilitation of runway 4 right 22 left pavement. This is to be an FAA grant, and happy to say it's no longer a 91% grant. It is a 95% grant with a 2.5% state match and an accompanying city match. This is only to rehabilitate the existing pavement at its existing dimensions. And again, a federally driven grant there. Next, we will look at the hangar area pavement reconstruction. That is, as you will recall, a two fiscal year project that is currently underway. I'd already addressed earlier. This will be the second year's funding to completely rehabilitate all of the City of Chandler's hangar area pavement. With that, I'll take any questions on capital projects.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Any questions, council
Yes, Mayor.
members? Go ahead, Mr.
Go back to
Orlando.
What's the Armory apron pavement? What's that all about?
Oh, excellent question. Through the Vice Mayor, Councilmember Orlando, that is the pavement that is adjacent to the Armory and the main entrance road. That, based upon ADOT and federal funding, it'll be a 2-year project. Again, that will be grant funded, but we had to break it up in 2 years because of the area it covers as well as state and federal funding constraints.
Okay, so we're still parking, using that as an active apron. I guess,
yes.
Rephrase the question. That at one time we're not using as an apron. We're using it now, but we have to repave it, what you're saying.
Oh, yes, sir. We are very much using it now. There are many parking spaces there. This is to just rehabilitate it so that it remains useful.
Okay, got it.
There's a lot of aircraft parked there. It's one of our busiest ramps.
And the Armory's still there?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Mayor?
Councilmember.
Quick question. Sorry, could you go to the next slide? Yeah, is that on the bottom right, is that a current photo? And is that what we're going to be fixing?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Poston. Yes, ma'am. That is
excellent. I want to see a much better picture next year, please.
It will be a beautiful sea of black asphalt.
Thank you. Okay, that's just a great visual for what's going on out there.
Thank you.
Additional comments? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Next up, we have Ryan Peters for transportation policy. I won't be disclosing your middle name, sorry.
I was hoping to hear all my accolades before I started.
So Ryan, something you worked on is that Ed Zerker just texted me, and they've approved that we will not be moving to severe, and they've also rolled back the industry mandates related to severe ozone. So that's going to be a release today. And thank you for your work in policy and government relationships to help make that happen. There's
Well
an
done on the
accolade.
fly. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Happy to speak with you today about the Transportation Policy Division's budget. This is my family. Cody is almost 8 years old, and he is always asking, why is my picture not on the wall yet? So we took family pictures late last year. And of course, he has the smile to represent that. Transportation policy had a number of notable accomplishments last year. I'm really proud of the Chandler Flex record. We just eclipsed our 100,000th ride in February of this year. The service also added 2 additional square miles thanks to some work that we've done with Congressman Stanton in securing $1 million grant to continue those flex operations and expand some service. Continuing on with the grant theme, we secured nearly $9 million in funding for 5 different projects, including over $6 million to help with Lindsay Road widening project. And then the much awaited, much anticipated Fry Road Bike Project has finished design and has actually initiated construction sometime within the last 2 weeks. So we're really excited about that. We did receive a $13 million grant to help us fund that project. So we have a small but mighty team over in transportation policy, and most of our budget goes actually towards operations and maintenance, which includes paying various contractors through Valley Metro for services related to fixed route transit, ride choice, and paratransit, as well as flex operations. We're funded in 2 parts, one by the general fund by about 70% and 30% through LTAF, which, as a reminder, is lottery proceeds that get shared with the city and can only be used for transit services. Our decision packages can be found on page 49 and 53. We're asking for one-time money for transit services, and this will help us ensure that we have our first mile, last mile program, which is a program we initiated a couple years ago. It's been really popular and getting great utilization. We're actually examining ways to expand that program to see how we might be able to complement our ride choice services to help maybe potentially save some additional dollars in ride choice. Fry Road protected bike lanes and Ashley Paseo Trail. These are one-time maintenance dollars for those, and we expect ongoing support in future budget requests. But in the intermediate, we're looking for one-time dollars to help support the maintenance of those routes. We're seeking LTAF decision packages related to part-time management assistant. This is someone we've had in place for a couple of years that helps support our boards and commission, our transportation commission, as well as support all the administrative functions of the Transportation Policy Division. And then a one-time amount of $200,000 for transit services. This is for contingencies in case the billing from Valley Metro comes in a little higher than anticipated. Our CIPs, it's annual request for bus stops and pullout maintenance. We have 375 bus stops throughout the city. And as you can imagine, cars crashing into them or just regular routine maintenance. We have to spend a lot of time and effort ensuring those are in a state of good repair. Americans with Disabilities upgrades. This is a continuation of our transition plan that council adopted a number of years ago to ensure that we have compliance with ADA law and make sure that all of our facilities are accessible to our residents. And then we have bike lane path improvements. These are to help design and install improvements such as green paint, which we actually just implemented over on Lakeview, just on the west side of Fry Road, or to the west on Fry Road where it nearly ends. Paseo Trail crossing improvements, we're seeking $1.5 million in capital project funding for this to help us design some crossing improvements over on Cooper Road as well as Chandler Road. So we're excited to see how we can increase safety and connectivity throughout that popular canal. And then finally, a sidewalk gap construction ask of $150,000. This is the result of a year-long sidewalk study that we undertook to see where there might be gaps throughout the city for additional sidewalk improvements. And then we're going to use that study to identify the first opportunities to actually fill in those gaps. And we're going to focus on areas near transit stops and other areas that might have a lot of pedestrian traffic, but not necessarily the sidewalk infrastructure to support that. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Orlando.
Can you go back to the bike lane slide, Ryan? What the bike lanes, how many of those you plan on looking at or doing that $30,000?
Mayor,
Miles, I
Councilmember
mean, how do you,
Orlando, I don't know off the top of my head how many miles. It's an annual exercise that we look at. We're focusing on some of the low-hanging fruit ones like green paint, and then additional study will go into identifying some potential collector streets that could use a variety of products that install some sort of protective barrier or separation barrier between
so,
street traffic and bicycle traffic.
so some of this money's for a study is what you said. I missed that.
The study was undertaken a few years ago, but we have to do additional design work to make sure that the concepts that were identified in the study are actually buildable on the road.
Okay. Yeah, I know we have a bike committee. I know it's been meeting with your staff for a couple times, and I don't know if there's any, inputs that we need to get those, but keep working with the group and, making this safer and safer. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Noted.
Councilmember Harris.
Just wanted, concerned that I represent Valley Metro on transportation, and I've been able to have the awesome pleasure to work with you, your team, Jason, more closely on transportation issues, and not to mention that you guys are award winning. I think that's important, but it's been a great honor, and I think you guys are doing such a good job, and thank you for bringing this forward and continue to stay on it. Transportation does matter, and your team, along with Jason, Sheree, and everyone, is doing a very good job. So thank you, Mayor.
Appreciate that. And Councilmember Harris, we appreciate your leadership as chair of Valley Metro. And I know we're kind of in a transition stage as we move from Prop 400 funding cycle to Prop 479 and figuring that out. So the work that you're doing there is helpful as well. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ren.
Thank you.
Next up, Matt Dunbar, Management Services, with a mid-afternoon joke, perhaps.
Well, I got some grief from my morning joke already, but I just wanted to point out when Ryan was up here, he talked about, he skipped over that they're replacing some of the furniture at the airport. I don't know if you've been out there, but it's in pretty bad shape. But in what they submitted as part of their decision package, they had information on kind of the types of materials, and they said leather was one of the preferred because it's easily wipeable because of all the mechanics and grease and things that can be out there. And it was interesting that, any leather that comes from the Midwest is typically A-graded leather. And if it comes from a desert area like Arizona, it's usually dehydrated. So we want to avoid the Arizona. That's right. Where's Jason at? That was for Jason.
It's taking time to ripple through.
That's right, yeah.
He's just speaking right on. And bring it home.
That's right. So here is the Dunbar crew. I was told at lunchtime, I was asked, how old are my kids? My oldest is 22, and they're like, you have a 22-year-old? I do, and it's shocking to me as well. 22 down to 14, that's the Dunbar crew.
Are they twins?
They are not twins. They get confused as twins. He's actually almost 18 in the middle, and then the son right next to him is 14.
Wow.
And they're the same height, and Bryce, now the youngest, is just a half inch taller than Kyle, which is very upsetting to Kyle. So some of the accomplishments for management services, I think first and foremost, the awards that we apply for and have been lucky enough to receive through hard work and dedication of staff and management services offices. Both the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the 42nd year, we were awarded that. They've already submitted their ACFR this year for the 43rd time and believe that it meets all of the criteria to receive that Certificate of Achievement. And then we also, our budget division was able to receive the 37th GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. We anticipate submitting again for the 38th consecutive year. And then our procurement award, 20th annual receipt of that procurement award. So we do a lot of diligence to make sure that management services is meeting the expectations of the industry standards and exceeding those. Some of the other things that we've helped with, I think the bottom one is one that I'll highlight on, partnering with IT and human resources to really analyze and choose a cloud replacement for the city's ERP system. That's been a huge endeavor and will continue to be in the next several years for management services. For management services, we have a budget of just about $10.3 million, a little over 72 FTE is the complement for us. The vast majority of that $10 million is personnel and benefits. We have some split funding, but we are primarily general fund funded, 87% almost, with some workers' comp, medical self-insurance, and uninsured liability trust fund payments as well. The proposed budget for non-departmental is $95.5 million. 48 million of that is general fund, and 47 million of that is other funds. I know it's weird to have a department that's called non-departmental, but it is one that we have here at the City of Chandler, and it houses a variety of payments and things that we make on behalf of multiple departments across the city, primarily medical and dental self-insurance funds. All those fundings are housed in that 1290 area, as well as some of the personnel payments, the PSPRS payment that Don mentioned earlier, that $25 million is housed in there as well, with some of the memberships and subscriptions. We also have dedicated money in there for the fire academy and paramedic schools that Fire Chief talked about. And we have some funding in there to make sure that our door to balloon rate is very high. We make sure Tom said that phrase, door to balloon, and I wanted to throw that in there at some point in my presentation. It was just such a stellar door to balloon stage. We're going to have that somewhere. For decision packages, Management Services Department does not have any ongoing or one-time decision packages, but we do have a couple for non-departmental. They're on page 47. First off, we were told that we should pay into the ADOR tax software system as they prepare and replace that system. We've been doing this for many years now. This is the third or fourth year of payment going into completely revamping the ADOR's tax software system. All cities are paying into that since they collect the taxes for us now. That's the payment for the new year. And then additionally, a comprehensive fee study is planned in the next year to look at the policy and guidelines around all fees citywide, and doing kind of a comprehensive review of all of those fees. And with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Council questions?
Not at this time.
All right. Thank you.
Answered them all already. Thank you.
Next up, the other Kevin from Developmental Services.
The T, right? The T.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jaya Velgapudi. I'm the Digital Delivery Administrator for the Development Services Department, and it is my pleasure to present the proposed budget for the department along with a couple of my colleagues here.
Go back there.
Yeah, we want to see.
That's our crew at home who keeps us busy for the weekend, I guess. Yeah, for all of us.
That's good.
I do want to point out my crew is all Sun Devil, ASU, including my younger son who is graduating high school this year and will be going to ASU this fall. Just talk about a couple of accomplishments. This year, we issued about 3,300 building permits in about 1.1 billion in construction valuation. And then we completed upgrade of vehicle detection at signalized intersections, and approximately 40% of that was grant funded. And also, we're pretty much wrapping up the downtown regional area plan update and South Arizona Avenue area plan. For budget, we are about 86 full-time employees, and for personnel and benefits, it's close to 12 million, and operations and maintenance, it's about 4 million. Funding sources, we're primarily general funded, about 94% of it, and then we do have highway user revenue funds in about 1 million, about 6%. And our decision packages are in page 42. So we are asking for one-time funding for temporary and contracted staff for department-wide, about 3.5 million. Out of this, 3.2 is reimbursable, so that's revenue neutral, and only 300 is non-reimbursable. And then we are also requesting for 40,000 to replace some outdated equipment in the department, some copiers and printers. and also for training funds for continued education to keep up with the licensing and professional certifications, about 30,000. To continue further to present next slides, I would like to invite Dana.
Our next decision package is for an FTE. This position represents the council-approved work zone management policies and fees that you guys saw before you this year. And hopefully you'll remember that those are intended to incentivize contractors that are completing, to complete their work within the roadway and move on expeditiously. So this position will provide that necessary oversight of those new fees, as well as daily inspections, documentation, and determination of the deposit fee refunds. This position is anticipated to be offset by the permit fees that we are collecting as part of this program. The next decision package for the video detection replacement study is for our signal equipment. The manufacturer of our detection cameras has discontinued that line of equipment. So we are looking for a replacement product, and as such, we need to evaluate the accuracy of the detection, the reliability of the data that it is collecting, the capabilities of the advanced analytics, and then the ease of integration within our current system. We originally requested $140,000 to partner with NAU for the study. However, we have since reduced that to the $40,000 that you see before you to do the data collection part, and then we are going to do the analysis in-house with the help of some interns. With that, I will pass it off to Dennis.
I will say real quick, in my family photo, I've got two daughters. One of them's 26-year-old that's a senior at ASU, and my 20-year-old is a sophomore at U of A. So I'm a kind of a house divided situation. Yeah, so lots of internal fun conversations with that. I'm here to talk to you about, first of all, the development services admin and tough area improvements. This is a decision package to do a small remodel of the development services building. As we've done our city fiber master plan and implemented our 10-year CIP program with our city fiber program, we've grown a couple of FTEs with that to the $3.2 million of reimbursable temporary and contract staffing. Most of that is to help ensure that we're overseeing the vast amounts of fiber to the home work that's going on throughout the city. And so having lots of additional staff to help cover that requires some space sometimes to get together and look at plans and those sorts of things. So if you come into our building in the mornings, there's about 8 people sitting around about a 3-foot diameter table. It's lots of fun. So this is to rearrange that, put like a little bullpen area where the folks can come in and they can participate in the meetings and things like that, and bring the other folks in the team closer to the area. So with that, I'll go to our capital improvements program. Really, the continuation of our 10-year CIP in terms of our city fiber and our traffic signal upgrades hasn't really changed since what you've seen previously. We're just continuing that on into the future years. With that, are there any questions?
I've got one too. Hey, Dennis, the fiber program, and obviously it's essential, it's going well. About how much of the city is covered with this, and what's the timeline for the continuation?
So I would say it feels like about half of the city is under construction at any given time. It's not quite that bad. We've got a number of different providers, some of them working kind of over top of each other. The timeline is various for different providers. All of them are still looking at trying to finish building the entire city within 5 years. Obviously, we're 2 to 3 years into that build, about 2.5 from when they started working with us. And one of the providers is saying they're trying to finish in the next 3 years or so, but most of them, we're probably looking at still closer to 5 to 10 years before all of that construction is really wrapped up. Yeah.
And so related to that, we get a lot of calls for this, and whether it's the disruption with traffic, or perhaps more so the disruption of people feel that things aren't put together correctly on the, on the latter end. And it seems like the providers are pretty good at fixing once challenged. Is there any way that a message can be sent just to anticipate uh, a better response before people complain, or whether it's the laying of asphalt? It almost seems like the complaints are more so they just haven't put things together. And I realize the complaints are a small fraction of the work done, which means that so much is done correctly. But is there any way that we can send a message, or to uh, I guess be more customer aware with this? You know what I'm asking?
Mayor, I understand your question, I believe. I think some of the things that some of the other cities have done is looked at doing a contract for some consulting for city-driven public relations to help with some of this stuff, kind of like we did with the 202 stuff, uh, with the consultant for that kind of thing. I think that's one of the things that I would throw out there as something I'm seeing other cities do that might help us get that message out there. Um, I'm currently working on putting together an update to our website that provides some more information about this, so that residents have a place to go get some information similar to what some of the other cities have. One of the complaints we get is people feel like they weren't notified. So the door hangers, we did a notification policy during the small cell build stuff that, that required them to do notifications in certain timeframes, that we worked with the council subcommittee on ironing out what was appropriate for that, so that people weren't getting over notified or not notified soon enough. And we're looking at that policy puts door hangers on homes that people look at them and they think it's an advertisement for the service and they throw it away. And a lot of times they intermingle the advertisement with the construction notice. So we're working on revising that to make those door hangers perhaps look like they're just construction notices. We're working with staff and industry on revising that.
So that's the first part of my question. The second part is, I'd say not restoring pavement to quality, or and I understand the right of way extends into people's yards, and at times we need to go there, and people have different responses. But I'm more, my second part of my question is more just the quality of road restoration at the end. And again, seemingly when challenged, if there's actual work that needs to be done, they do it well. But it sometimes seems like there's a gap that should they, um, is there a way to get them to, and again, them is, I realize what I'm saying, it's, but is there a way to get some quality, better improvement work in the road restoration after they've been laying the cable out? That's the second part of my question.
Mayor, to your point, I think what I see personally is a lot of residents expect very quick. They come in and do the work and they restore the pavement immediately, and it takes time. The residents see them come through, trench their street, do a temporary patch while they continue to work through the rest of the neighborhood, and then they bring the restoration crews out to do the permanent restoration a few weeks later. And it's that few weeks lag where they don't see immediate permanent restoration, where they see the pavement needs to be taken care of. There are things that perhaps we can look at to see about speeding up, not giving them as much time perhaps to do in between that. I know we've had these conversations with the industry before on it. Ultimately, when they finish the restoration, after they come back with their permanent restoration, it meets city requirements, and it generally looks much better. At that point, we don't get a whole lot of complaints compared to, it's really that time gap where when we
Okay.
get most of the complaints is when they leave and they think they're done, but they haven't come back and done the permanent restoration.
Well, that's helpful, because I wasn't aware of that either. So we can be better messenger purveyors as well. So thank you. Councilmember Orlando.
Yes.
All right. Any additional questions? Thank you. All right. Next up, we have John Sefton, Community Services, and Mickey Oland. What a team there.
How many years?
Oh, easy now. Well, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Mayor and council, what an honor it is. Let's see, do we have a clicker? Do we have a tab? Hey, look at that.
Is that you and Mickey as children?
That could very well have been us 5 years ago. All right, so yes, my lovely family and are sticking with our theme, strength in numbers. Just a couple of years ago, my wife participated in a public art project that the prompt was built around family. And she wrote these words, and I have these on my desk in my room. And I thought how appropriate. So I'm going to share because it's appropriate for all of us. Our family is small in numbers, but large in love. There are only 3 of us, not even a full set of dinner plates. Yet those plates spill over with creativity, compassion, and courage. And her words were engraved in a public art project. But if I think about your families and the creativity, compassion, and courage that they have to exhibit to support all of us as public servants in our roles and what we do for community, I felt that appropriate to take just a moment. Now, I also want to recognize my family staff, my staff and work family. Mickey's here. He's going to do our CIP. Rochelle and Corey are out there. I want to recognize the hard work that our superintendents and Josh Adams and the business services team did to help put this together. And of course, all of our support departments from the budget team, HR, and all the others. So thank you, everyone. And as we jump into some of our high-level accomplishments through the year, the library continues to rock it. I hear over and over again how instrumental they are with a lot of the other departments, teams, initiatives, and the way that they play an integral role into the community. But Contigo had over 5,000 in attendance. The summer reading program continues to flourish, added 3,000 participants this past year. On the park side, our urban forestry team completed the urban forestry inventory for our parks area. That was supported by a grant that Ryan secured. Additionally, we've completed and opened and we've had play out at the Tumbleweed Park Diamond Fields, thanks to the leadership and support through the years from council. And the recreation team, another council initiative inspired by you all, the community nights out at the Pueblo Middle School. We had over 347 participants and great stories when you can see the grandmothers bring the grandkids or the moms. Some of the kids that showed up there, just something to do on a Friday night and a lot of fun. So converting the school cafegimatorium into to a recreational space that's good old school fashioned parks and recreation or rock and roll. Personnel, we have 190 and 0.375 employees. I think they attribute the 0.375 to my contributions. About 24 million just north of, and our operations and programming and maintenance, about 16, almost $17 million. Mostly funded by the general fund. We have a couple of unique programs that come through the Recreation Trust Fund, and then the capacity here that we have through the Library Trust Fund. They are always supporting us, and that's primarily the money dedicated from the Friends of the Chandler Public Library. And if you pay attention to page 41, we've got the majority of our decision packages. And through the years, we do our best to synergize these down to just a few. And again, through the leadership of the city manager's office and the budget team, this year we've got a handful rather than a big old book full. So we've got a little bit here. I wanted to highlight our focus here on the aquatic supplies. It's a pretty big number, but we've recognized some pretty significant increases over the years with respect to anything from our Band-Aids and rubber gloves all the way up to our backboards and our CPR mannequins. This is a capacity that will be spread across the 6 different facilities. And if you think about the types of emergencies that we must be prepared for, Chris and the team have done a great job preparing this roster, and we'll need this additional capacity. Any other questions on those others that are pretty straightforward? Moving along, we've got a handful of here additional programmatic. Now, the pickleball we wanted to highlight here is a capacity that will have some revenue offset. And I know that many of our staff and many, many, many more of our community truly relish the fact that pickleball is coming in great groves. Any questions? All right. You've heard the theme. We've heard it a lot through the year with respects to even the bond committee taking care of our assets. These items within the parks area increasing a capacity for our electrical maintenance. A lot of our infrastructure is aging. Lights are not lasting as long. Electrical systems at the different parks. Now that we'll have 70 parks here real soon. This is a capacity for us to get ahead of and respond to those electrical issues, as well as our contract maintenance. Contract maintenance in 3 different primary areas, we saw some significant increases, though not extensive, around 5% in our landscape contract, our mowing contract, and about 1.5% in our herbicide contract. But just those, having the number of acres that we do that we take care of these areas, these are slight increases, but still significant when you look at the individual numbers. Any questions there? Great. We're so excited, extremely excited to see that we've got the Discovery Library coming on board here real soon. Rochelle's got pictures of it. It's in production. We're hopeful to have it by the beginning of summer. I'm not going to pick a specific date because it's not here in Arizona, but we've got proof that it's getting done. This capacity will give us the gas necessary to take it from place to place, the insurance and the related vehicle expenses. Also a little bit of an expansion for our collection developments. We'll still have some good resources on that awesome vehicle. And then also we have a little bit of extra. The Tumbleweed Park is the expansion associated with our the pickleball courts out there. So a high level of maintenance necessary to keep those looking well and performing well. It could be anything from nets to cleaning the surfaces.
Mayor?
Councilmember Pope.
Where will that the mobile library be going this summer? Do you kind of have a schedule? Can you request it?
Mayor, Councilmember Poston, that's a great question. I do have Rochelle here in the audience. I know that they've been working on a whole litany of ways to be out and involved. If you just consider the amount of events that we do in the city, it's going to be a busy vehicle. So it'll be a feature opportunity. But a lot of the things that we're capturing data from and like working with Leah's group and the building blocks team, like knowing where our current library cardholders are or where they aren't, we
Let's get
will
some
be
new ones.
strategic. Yeah, we will be very strategic in the neighborhoods and activities that we can take this vehicle to. When we talk about doing Envision events or some of the other types of activities that are out and about, this is going to be on wheels. And I'll tell you, Joelle and the team really excited to see what they've done from a programmatic standpoint to ensure that we're able to be moved, but at the same time, nimble, and that if we have requests or opportunities to connect, I know that they're going to be super eager to make that a reality for many.
So a lot of events. Will it also be going to maybe some of our nonprofit organizations that serve children, that kind of thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's right in the same realm. A lot of those places that might have our adults, the assisted living facilities, if you think about, right?
That's
So
awesome.
a lot of different ways that we can connect with the community. We see it as a huge resource. Remember back in the day, we had the
The
bookmobile,
bookmobile.
and it was all over the place. So many of us grew up with it coming up to the park on Saturday or whenever. So yeah, the theme is still old school, but very high tech and very connected in those ways. And certainly we look to your interests as well. If there's things that you hear or partners that you think about, we're happy to make those connections.
Thanks. Makes me a little nostalgic, but I really love it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
I've got a bazillion ideas. It's just kind of coming through my head when you mentioned that, but at least one to consider if it works is the game night. We're in neighborhoods across the city, and they kind of round robin or lottery for other police or fire services. Perhaps this could enter into that too for a couple neighborhoods that maybe would have less exposure to the thought.
Bajillion ideas. Keep them coming. That's a good one. We need driving practice. yeah, it'll be a good one for staff. The landscape compliance program, yeah, we've got well over half of our parks under contract labor. It's a very, very important part of our operation. The compliance program is going to help us put eyeballs on those contract, the work that's being done, doing that audit, both being proactive as well as reactive for incidents out in the park area. Slight bit of utility costs as well. And the big one, big ticket item here is the contract maintenance for our arbor care. So right along with the work that Ryan's done, this is the labor associated with getting the work done, taking care of our trees from the planting right down to the removal. And the better job we do in that first, second, and third year, we're going to have a much healthier urban forest. And this last one is for the operations side, are both tied to the expansion of the multi-gen. Now what we've done by putting these into one time, the expansion with that additional 11,000 square feet, we're just 2 weeks away from our grand opening on the 17th. This will give us the capacity as a one-time for this year to really get us to figure out what we need from staffing, from support, from equipment and things to just make sure that we get the right size, right place for that program. And then an ongoing, but we've funded this the past couple of years, is the irrigation contract for parks. And with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Oland. Which one did you push here? Just the down. Okay.
All right, next. So this is my why for the most part. A lot of you in this room understand and realize what it takes to put up with me for 8 hours a day. Now put yourself in their shoes, 24/7, 52 weeks. So, Mayor, members of the council, what I'd like to do is briefly go over, and I say briefly, you're asking a guy that's very passionate about this to talk briefly about park development, so we'll do the best I can. About our capital improvement program that includes funding for parks, recreation, and the library division. The first program here is right-of-way and landscape maintenance improvements. This is not new to the city CIP, but it's new to our department CIP. Come July 1st, the maintenance responsibilities of the right-of-ways and medians will be transferred over to the Community Services Department. So this is funding to go in and re-veg and replant the medians and right-of-ways from damage or trees that have died. So hopefully we will continue to do the excellent job that John Knutson and his crew have done over the years, or maybe even enhance that program as well. Oh, didn't need to do that yet. Existing neighborhood park improvements, this goes along kind of with existing community park improvements. Those two programs are bread and butter of our CIP program. As you probably are aware, back in the 2000s, actually City Council recommended that we create these two programs because back in the day we were building parks like just to keep up with development, but we didn't want to forget about our existing parks. And so we created these two programs to do that. What it does is provides funding to replace playgrounds, ramadas, ball field lights, all the amenities found in our parks. And over the past couple of years, I know Council and Councilman Harris, you've wanted to make a point that we're spreading this throughout the city, making sure we hit as many parks as we can. We are doing that for sure. So we will continue to do that. Another project that mentioned earlier, long time coming, Mesquite Groves, down by Basha High School, 100 acres down there. We just completed a very extensive public meeting process, had a lot of residents come out where we created the master plan for the park. Thanks to Councilmember Poston and Encinas. I know you were at a couple of those meetings. Very patient citizens down there, and I think they're very happy. Yes, and I think they're very happy with the master plan that we developed. So this just provides funding for phase 1 and phase 2 of the park, which will be about 60 acres. Phasing that we still have to determine. We'll do that with the residents and then when we have a contractor on board. Talked about existing community parks. Existing community recreation center improvements similar to our neighborhood parks and community park program. This provides funding for our 12 recreation and pools to keep those up to date. Like me, they're all getting older as we go and need updates. So that's what that does. Let's see here. Wind Park, as you know, there's discussions about improving Southside neighborhood and to the south of the city hall here. This is a placeholder, so whenever those decisions are made about Washington Street and the rest of the development down there, if it does have any impact on the park, we have funding in there to respond to that or make improvements to the park at that time. And then Foley Park, keep moving that. Foley Park, that's going to be a big one as well. It was originally developed in 1979. I was not here when we developed it. I wasn't the one, believe it or not. Were you? Okay. Okay. All right. So anyway, so that park is central to our community. It needs an update. What we want to do is work with the residents and almost reimagine the park. Things that were done 49 years ago, right? Who would have thought pickleball back in the day? But that's the thing now. So what we want to do is work with the residents and go in and renovate that park and the pool as well. That pool doesn't have the amenities that our other pools have, and it shows it.
Mayor.
Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, just one thing about Foley Park. I noticed that there's a splash pad that happens every time it rains. How are we addressing
That's being innovative. That's innovative. You know? We're trying to conserve on water. Seriously. I'll have to get back with you on that.
I think, well, yeah, it floods a lot in that park when it rains. And
Yeah.
it seemed like there's not a lot of irrigation, ways that the water can flow out of the park. I was just recently there and it rained and there was this layer of water that was still there after it had rained. I want to say that it had been like some hours since it had rained, and I'm noticing that there is some drainage issue that is happening, creating the splash pad that I was talking about. But I want us to kind of look into that as well when we're upgrading that park and making sure that the drainage is happening a little bit more fluidly, because I don't think it's happening as fluidly as I think it is. And then the last thing was just the finding a way to innovatively. I know that we have trash containers there and things of that nature, but I would like to see a little bit more innovation around those trash containers, because when the wind has blown multiple times, there's like about 8 individual trash cans that sits there. They typically, fall over. I was picking some up one time, and we just need to kind of figure out. Let's get a little more innovative about how we want to place those, or maybe build a fixture while we're doing these upgrades.
Yeah, for sure. Excellent idea. And we're open to all that, looking
Okay.
for that. And as far as the drainage concerns, we don't have to wait till we renovate the whole park. If there's things that we need to do now, we have funding that we can go in and look at that. So we will do so, for sure. And then aging park, similar to the other programs, just provides funding to replace vegetation in our parks. And then the last one I'll talk about a little bit is existing athletic field improvements. We have 64 natural turf fields out in the parks. Several years ago, I know it was important to council and still is that we maintain our fields. This is the 4th year of this program. I think we're starting to see the fruits of the labor that we've done. We do get compliments. And Snedeker last year was voted one of the Valley best sports complexes. So it's starting to show in the work that our staff does with this funding. So with that, if you have any questions?
Question, Councilmember Orlando.
Yeah, Nikki, what What's happening at Tumbleweed? That first slide, I was gonna wait till you're done, but
So
what's
there's a lot of things happening at Tumbleweed, right? So
that 760,000?
that is actually for half street improvements to Ryan Road, a portion
Okay,
of that. Just like any other developer, we have to make any half street improvements adjacent to our property. So Ryan Road is our southern boundary of Tumbleweed Park. So there's a portion just west of McQueen, a couple hundred feet or whatever, that's in the county that we're working with the county that will eventually annex. But we will then, that's for that portion. We
okay,
already have the rest from McQueen to the railroad tracks funded. And we're working with the railroad, SRP, all the different agencies that are involved in that. And hopefully we can start on that probably in the spring is what we're hoping.
okay.
Spring, late spring.
That'll get a better circulation of traffic in
Yes,
that
sir.
portion. Okay,
Yes,
good.
sir.
So, I know we spoke, about this a few years ago, and, I'm becoming more and more high schools. I just was at one last week umpiring. They have artificial turf,
Mhm.
and they have them on your football field, they have them in their soccer fields. In fact, they're designed that way. Are we looking at it again? And I did ask one of the athletic directors, one of the fields I was at, how does this hold up in the summertime? And he said, we water it and we can get a football game in here. With the heat. And so, and I don't know how the Chandler Unified had the same, have they gotten any feedback on their fields?
I'm not sure of that, but we are continuing to look at that. The first time we tried it, it was a cost thing, right? I think we had a little sticker shock when we were trying to convert some of the fields down at Snedeker and just didn't think it was feasible to do it at that time. Like at Mesquite Groves, we have multi-use fields down there that we may or may not use synthetic turf. The more we look into this, the more we learn about it, right? So you have heat, everything else that comes with it. What we've found is, if we're putting it in and I don't know how the schools are doing it, but if we're putting it in a park where we use reclaimed water, then you can't use that water to cool the fields, which creates an issue. There's other ways of doing it, but we want to be water. It almost takes as much water to cool that as a regular turf field. You're just not getting you're not getting the playability of the synthetic turf. So we've got to look at that from it was a cost standpoint. Now it's actually from a water efficiency standpoint as well, but we will continue to do so.
Yeah. So I guess the trade-off is this. And I go out to the fields on Saturdays, watch the kids play soccer, and they're little dust bowls.
Mhm.
So either we tell the sports if we have to regrow this grass or leave it alone. So then we lose
Mhm.
the sports teams
Mhm.
because we have to regenerate the grass.
Right.
Or we have this dust bowl, and there literally are just dust bowls in
Right.
some of these fields. And again, it's not a criticism,
No.
it's just a reality. So maybe we should take a look at the trade-offs over this next year of what we could do. Either we throttle back on sports, which that's not my first choice, or we continue having this potential health hazard
Mhm.
for some of these kids out there
Right.
because this dust is going,
Right.
you know, all over the place. So maybe we need to take a look at that holistically and figure out there's something we can do
Nope.
to keep the athletics going because we do want to keep the kids going. But how do we get these fields? Because you have to regenerate them.
Yeah.
And I get that.
Yeah, and our fields are loved to death, right?
Right.
And the catch 22 when the grass is growing when you're watching it in the summer, it's too hot to play on it,
Right.
right? And then when we play on it, the grass is dormant,
Mhm.
so it wears it down to nothing, like you're saying. So it's just a constant
Anyway.
battle. But we're still definitely open, and we'll continue to look at the synthetic field.
It's just a challenge.
Yeah.
Mayor and Councilmember Orlando, I also wanted to point out that we have literally just received RFQs from consultants for us to launch the Libraries and Recreation Master Plan. In that recreation component, I foresee having stakeholder meetings with all of the user groups to start to have those types of discussions. So it will be a good feeder for us to really get their flexibility, their interests, their projections on usage,
and measuring against what we have been using, and a good chance for us to look into and continue to monitor how like the school districts are using their facilities and the expenses associated with
Okay,
those.
thanks.
But yeah, that master planning process will be opened and very much a public engagement component.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Additional questions? All right, thank you. Next up, John Knutson, Public Works and Utilities. John and Jeremy.
Okay. I'd like to introduce you to my crew, my son Matthew, my son James, and the foundation to the crew, my wife of 37 years, Evelyn.
Where you at?
Well, this was, I think we took this, we took this picture last week. We were in Hawaii, so kind of like Chief Chapman. Notice I might be a little younger than I appear today, but you know. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to present today the 25-26 budget for Public Works and Utilities. When I first saw the agenda for today, I was a little upset because, you know, here we are at the end of the whole program for today. And then I thought to myself, you know, batting cleanup for Team Chandler, not a bad place to be. Save the best for last. So, Public Works and Utilities had another great year, completing several segments of key roadway, rehabilitating aging streets and utility infrastructure, and commissioning our reclaimed water interconnect facility to help us recharge and maintain groundwater aquifer beneath Chandler. Financial highlights for our department. Personnel and benefits of about $36.5 million. Operations and maintenance, $83 million, for a total approximately $120 million of operating budget for the department. The public works side of the department is funded through general fund and partially through the highway users revenue fund, as well as a small portion of grant funding. The utility is funded through operating funds through solid waste, reclaimed water, water operating, and wastewater, as well as a contribution from our wastewater industrial process treatment fund. This year we have 10 decision packages. 2 are routine requests and appear each year for on-call temporary services and city right-of-way maintenance, with the remainder of these decision packages for new vehicles, staff training, and additional funding to cover increases in operational costs. So the first decision package I'd like to cover with you is a new stormwater maintenance vehicle. Currently, the stormwater group uses a very large F550 truck, extended cab. It's used to carry all their large, heavy equipment, formwork, all the things needed for their largest of projects. What we'd like to do is right-size the vehicle down to a small F250 with a tailgate on it and a little crane so they can get in, maneuver, lift off the storm drain grates if they need to, for the smaller projects that they do on a daily basis. The next one I'd like to point out for you is the item at the bottom of this one, the third, city-owned parking lot maintenance and resurfacing program. As part of the formation of a parking lot maintenance program, a slurry tanker and a spray bar assembly had been purchased for use on the city-owned parking lots, streets, and alleys. This funding is necessary for the annual maintenance for this new machinery. The next one I'd like to point out here is certifications and licenses. We are asking this year to reinstate both one-time and ongoing funding for training and licensing required for staff for many of the specialty duties covered by the streets and traffic divisions. These include work zone barricade training, pesticide training, and recertification for traffic signal technicians. This also includes funding for staff to attend industry-related classes and conferences. The next one I'd like to cover with you is traffic signs and markings. So thermoplastic striping is used in place of paint for the transverse markings on our roadways, such as crosswalks, stop bars, holding bars, and turn arrows. The condition of these markings in the roadways are increasingly poor shape and are in need of a higher level of replacement. This additional funding will allow for that increased level of thermal replacement needed to maintain adequate visible markings. That is the last of the DPs. Were there any questions? I know I blew through those fairly quick. Okay. Now on to capital program. Public Works side of this presentation, we have 25 CIP programs shown this year. I'll briefly cover several of those, and if you have any questions on the ones that I don't cover, please jump in. So the first one I'd like to cover is street repaving. Our street repave program funds the rehabilitation and repaving of over 2,100 lane miles of roadway. This program also funds concrete replacement necessary for compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Work this year has improved our pavement quality score by 2 points from a 61 to 63 PQI. The continuation of the increased funding each year will bring us closer to our goal of 70 for the pavement quality index for the city. And next one I'd like to cover is, where did it go? Okay. Yeah, is the second one on that page is the streets master plan. So the transportation master plan is updated every 10 years. This update will coordinate with the city's new general plan to reflect the anticipated growth, changing needs in technology, and recommend necessary future transportation needs. So we moved this one up in our schedule to coordinate with the general plan. We are also doing that, as Jeremy will tell you, with our water and wastewater master plans. We're bringing those forward also to do the very same thing. So when the general plan is completed, it'll be followed on directly by both a water wastewater master plan and a transportation master plan to bring it all together. The next one I'd like to touch on is our street sweeper replacement program, which is the third, number 182 there. The streets department currently operates 12 sweepers. Our fleet services division is recommended replacement of 1 sweeper next year and 2 the year after that. All these sweepers are grant funded, and the city needs to come up with about a 5.7% match. So it's very economical for us. The next one I'd like to cover would be the Kyrene Road widening. The design for the widening of Kyrene Road from Chandler Boulevard south to the 202 will begin next year. Work will include double left turn lanes, right turn lanes at Chandler Boulevard and Kyrene, widening to the south to 3 lanes in each direction. And then the construction should follow in year 3, 27-28. And we do expect to receive about $15.9 million in grant funding for that project. On this page, I'd like to cover the first 2 projects. Alma School Road and Ray Road both are projects that are in design right now and will be going to construction next year. So we anticipate both projects to be moving to construction. Alma School Road Phase 3 will pick it up from about Kingbird and extend south to Queen Creek Road. So we'll get 3 lanes through all the way to Queen Creek with the Alma School Road Phase 3. And then the Ray Road and Dobson intersection is a full rebuild of that intersection. And it will bring in dual left turn lanes, right turn lanes, lighting signals, all the bells and whistles for that intersection as well. And there we go. The next program I'd like to discuss would be the city-owned parking lot maintenance and resurfacing program. As mentioned earlier in the decision packages, we have started a parking lot program. And this parking lot program will be centered in the streets division. The parking lot program started off with an assessment of about 100 city-owned parking lots and roads. Now with the implementation of the program, the assessment, preventative maintenance, and resurfacing efforts of all of our city-owned parking lots will be centralized within that group. Currently, we have seeded for the next 2 years about $2.7 million per year for that work. On this one, I'd like to cover the Turf to Xeriscape program. In alignment with our increased water conservation efforts, this program will convert about 56 acres of non-functional turf in retention areas adjacent to our roadways to lower water use xeriscape, as we have done in other areas. It's a 3-year program to convert these 21 individual sites. Work is underway. Designs are complete. We just yesterday, we posted the revised designs back onto the websites, and we're contacting all of the neighbors that attended those meetings. And so they'll be able to go on the websites and see what the revisions have been. So it's moving forward here. We do have grant funding on that program of about $3 million. On this one, I'd like to cover our railroad quiet zone improvement program. And this is to maintain our railroad crossings in accordance with the Federal Railroad Administration policies. The city currently has 2 quiet zones, one in the western part of the city and one in central Chandler. We are required to reaffirm our quiet zone status every 2.5 years through an inspection by the FRA. Funding is to maintain our quiet zone status in case additional work needs to be completed. Funding is also provided to create a 3rd quiet zone from Ocotillo to Riggs. And when improvements are completed at Ryan and Appleby, then we will merge all of those quiet zones together from Elliott all the way up to Riggs. So that's the intent with this program. And last program for Public Works, which is only half of the show because Jeremy's following, Price Road. So Price Road and Queen Creek intersection. This program will fund some minor safety improvements recommended as part of a safety study that was recently completed. Modifications are going to include signal timing, ADA mods, new signal heads, and upgrades to pedestrian crossing equipment. This particular intersection a year or so ago was rated by some studies to be a high incident intersection. And so the safety study was done. These items were found for improvement, and so we're going ahead and getting that taken care of. And with that, I think we're moving on to Mr. Abbott. Any questions? Thank you.
Good
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. So this is my family, my wife, and my our two broke best friends. So I will say, and maybe I'm a little biased, I think this might be the favored presentation of the day, not because of my presentation skills or the intriguing topics I'm going to cover, but it is truly the last presentation. So with that, we will jump right in. Um, This year, the department is asking for one FTE, senior water quality technician. There's a really small group of water professionals, 3.5 to be exact, and they provide the support to the entire department. They pull thousands of samples throughout the year to provide information for the day-to-day operations and also to meet the regulatory requirements. Last year, the EPA announced a new rule regarding PFAS. So those are ongoing regulations that we have to constantly stay on top of and be able to respond to. This FTE will help us maintain that and ensure that we provide good, safe drinking water. On this slide, I'd like to talk about PAC. Not Pac-Man, but powder activated carbon. This is a DP for powder activated carbon, which we use at our surface water treatment plant. It helps us deal with changing water quality. It is a one-time DP, and you may recognize it from previous years. We do expect with the completion of the upgrades to the Pecos plant in 2027 that our reliance on these chemicals will greatly be reduced going forward. So on this slide, I'd like to highlight water conservation. This program and this DP request is also similar to a request last year. And really to the success of this program, specifically related to turf removal and our rebate programs. To date, an estimation of about 16 million gallons of water has been saved due to turf removal, which equates to about 300,000 square feet or just shy of 7 acres. So it is a active and effective program. We do realize that eventually the program will reach a point where there won't be any further viable opportunities for turf removal. And, you know, in future years, we'll have to shift our efforts in terms of ongoing conservation. But as of now, it is still a productive and active program. On this slide, I'd like to highlight RWIF and the DP that's associated with that. RWIF, as you may recall, is our reclaimed water interconnect facility. We just started this facility up last fall. So it's been up and running for approximately 6 months now. And as we continue to push this treatment system to its max capacity of 10 MGD, every year incrementally, it requires additional power and obviously additional chemicals as we approach that 10 MGD production. So this DP is being requested to support those additional needs. The DP on this slide I'd like to highlight is related to our OWAR facility. And this is really more specific to a recent rate increase coming from SRP. We evaluated that rate increase as across all of our facilities, and we were able to absorb that within most of the operating budgets, with the exception of our Ocotillo facility, which was a little imbalanced last year. So this DP will actually get us back on track and give us the funding to ensure that we can operate with that increased electrical rate. So moving along, this is our last DP request for the department. For solid waste, we have a disposal agreement, as you all know, with Waste Management. And that agreement allows for an annual rate adjustment based on the CPI, or Consumer Price Index adjustment. So essentially this amount allows us to meet our ongoing contractual obligation with Waste Management for those services.
Councilmember Orlando. Hey, Jeremy. Thank you, Mayor. How is the conversion of their trucks going in regards to some of the older trucks, leaking the recyclables and, the glass and the activity? I know we've had a few incidents there. Have they converted all their trucks now?
I believe most of them have been converted. I can get back to you on their schedule, but I believe most of them have been converted. Yes.
And we haven't, and double check if we're getting any more concerns about the glass being in the street, things like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I can do that.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other questions before I move on to our capital program?
Keep moving.
Okay. All right. All right. So first of all, we'll start with wastewater, and just for some context to give you an idea of the size of our wastewater system, we manage almost 1,000 miles of collection mains. We have 3 reclamation facilities, 8 lift stations, and 20 ASRs, as well as a recharge facility. ASRs are aquifer storage and recovery wells, just for some context there. So the program I want to focus on, let's see here. Advanced too far. On this slide is our collection system, or sewer assessment and rehabilitation program. So as Matt mentioned earlier today, this program is really focused on our manhole rehab and main lines. We know today that we have about 7,000 manholes that need rehabilitation, and about 10 miles of our collection system that need lining and or rehabilitation. That equates to about 1/3 of our overall system in comparison. And we are, with this program, we'll be looking at opportunities to combine that work with other projects like our main replacement. So if we are in an area and we're tearing up a road, we're doing as much of that work at the same time as possible. So on this slide, I'd like to highlight our water reclamation facility improvement program. This program right now is focused on the 3rd phase, attributed to our Ocotillo and our airport water reclamation facilities. So we're in the process of design right now. It's about the 50% level. And we are going to be looking at some major SCADA improvements, as well as some error and process improvements to our clarifiers, a lot of our internal treatment processes, again, as these facilities continue to age. They also will incorporate, last year, council approved in our CIP, the ability for us to move forward with 2 10,000-gallon fuel storage tanks. And those are being incorporated into these projects and will be constructed at each one of those facilities. And if you recall, the purpose for those fuel storage tanks are to ensure that in the event of a long power outage, we will be able to sustain and provide wastewater service for up to 72 hours, or a duration of 3 days.
Yes, Mayor. Oh, Mayor, sorry. Councilmember. Yeah, so how long is this project? What's the timeline for this project? It's just be 2 years? That's it?
So currently, yes, we're in the design phase. It's probably closer to 2.5 years. And if you look, we actually, there's $45 million in year 2. So between now and this time next year, we will be completing the design, and we will be procuring a lot of the long lead equipment in order to start that
Okay.
construction in the following
All right,
fiscal year.
thank you.
So on this slide, I want to focus on our Reclaimed Water Infrastructure Improvement Program. Not to be mistaken with RWIF, but obviously they are intertwined there. And going back to the 20 ASRs that I mentioned earlier, those aquifer storage recovery wells, those wells are extremely important for our water resource portfolio in terms of storing and recovering that water in time of higher demand and or lower demand. And those wells have a life as well. And some of their capacities are diminishing as they age. And so we have to plan for that, replacing that capacity. And so in the future, we will be replacing and or rehabbing these wells as that capacity declines. We do have a well currently that was rehabbed about 3 years ago. And even with that rehab, the capacity is declining. So we are at the point where we're going to be replacing that well. So the last wastewater CIP I'd like to cover, and as John mentioned, related to the transportation master plan, we're asking council to allow us to move our master planning efforts up a year. This is, again, will allow us to get a little bit of a jump start on the mass amount of data collection that has to go into the master planning effort, and will closely coincide with the wrap up of the general plan. A lot of the information that comes from the general plan will drive what, again, the future of Chandler looks like and our ability to meet that future in terms of redevelopment or development and the capacities in our system to meet that need. All right, switching gears to the water side and our water capital program. So again, just for a little bit of context, on the water side, we have about 1,200 miles of water distribution mains. We have 2 surface water treatment plants. One we co-own with the town of Gilbert. We have 19 reservoir sites and over 30 active wells. And on an average day, we provide up to about 60 million gallons a day of water to our customers. So the program I want to highlight here is our main and valve replacements. With those 1,200 miles of main, we have, again, as Matt mentioned earlier today, just under 200 miles of what we have deemed as high-risk mains. These are mains that are very old, and we need to start addressing that aging infrastructure with planned replacements. So this program is focused on strategically replacing those almost 200 miles of mains over the next few decades. So on this slide, I want to focus on the water treatment plant improvements. This is a substantial program and project. If you recall, council awarded a design contract last fall to a consultant, and we just received 30% design plans from them actually this week. So progress is being made. Really, the purpose of this program is to add some treatment processes to the plant to ensure that we can address water quality challenges with the surface water that we're receiving, as well as disinfection byproducts. And with I'll say the organics in the water, we have to be able to remove those to ensure that we don't unnecessarily create those DBPs or those disinfection byproducts. So it is a huge investment, but allows us to continue to meet those demands and to ensure that that plant and that facility can treat and produce 60 million gallons of good quality water. That project is expected to be completed by the end of 2027. So we're 2.5 years away from that. Seems like a long time, but considering again the effort and the massive amount of construction that will be taking place, it'll go by pretty quickly, at least for us anyways. So the program I want to focus on this slide is our water purchase program. You'll see we have a couple $100,000 spread out over the next 2 fiscal years. And, you know, the department, we're always looking to take advantage of any opportunities for new water sources, especially out here in the dry, arid Southwest. And this program related to purchases, most of the investment currently is focused on the Bartlett Dam modifications. Some of you may be familiar with that project. It's actually a very large project managed by SRP with support from the Bureau of Reclamation and about 23 Arizona municipalities, tribes, as well as some agricultural partners. And essentially they're in the feasibility stage right now of this project. And they're looking to build a dam in front of the existing Bartlett Dam and raising the height of that about 100 feet, which will add additional capacity to that reservoir. Doesn't necessarily guarantee water, but it guarantees space for that water. So we're definitely you know, keeping our eyes, and we're at the table to ensure that if the opportunity arises, we can get some share of that water. And then the last slide I have for this afternoon, and the program I want to focus on is our water quality compliance program. Council's been very supportive of this program. And right now, all of our efforts are focused on addressing and meeting the requirements of the lead and copper rule revision that was enacted by the EPA. And essentially, we developed our inventory. We identified that we have approximately 27,000 private side, mostly private side service line materials that are unknown. And we're obligated to go out and do field verifications to ensure that we know the actual materials of those services. The field verification actually just started on Monday. And as of today, we've verified 300 service lines. That effort will be continued over the next 6 months with the goal to verify the remaining 27,000 before the deadline in October that requires us to send out another notification to any residents that have yet to be service lines yet to be determined. So that actually concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Jeremy. Boy, there's nothing cheap about water, but it's our lifeblood, that's for sure.
Liquid gold.
Yeah. Council questions? Thank you. And you know, one question I had from earlier is, what is our life still at Lone Butte? And I know that we've been talking for years, and I know we continue to extend it. So what's the viability there for what are we still looking at?
So contractually, that contract expires in 2027. So we have a couple of years left. We have been in communication with the tribe, and they are actively looking at designing and constructing their own wastewater facility. But as you know, and as we know, the time to design and construct something like that takes a long time. So we're definitely anticipating future conversations to probably and most likely extend that contract to provide that operational support while they continue through that effort until they get their facility built.
And that's continuing in our benefit and their benefit to continue it until they're ready to do something different?
Correct. Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy. Council, that is our last presentation before we have closing comments and words from city manager. I do have one speaker card from Dwayne Lidman. So Dwayne, I'm going to treat this like an unscheduled. So we're here to listen to you. You have up to 3 minutes. And are we able to do the lights? There you go. The floor is yours, sir.
Dwayne Arthur Lidman, 2301 West Palomino Drive, Chandler. This is my family. Hopefully we can get the overhead up. 4 generations. My highest priority in life is being the caregiver for my mother, who's 103 years old, and she's at Brookdale on Railroad, so my tax dollars are going to Chandler. So I appreciate the city manager's efforts and our department director's efforts in getting the most we could out of this K-Hub redevelopment to help our older neighborhood and get a little bit of a park and then a defense basin. During my September 9th appearance, we had about 120 people attended. 41 comment cards were left. One of them was okay with the fence. Don't need to spend the money. He's good with that. There were several that marked opposed, but they were opposed to the fence and they wanted more improvements. The rest of them are asking for more improvements. By the time the 2025-26 budget goes into effect, the city will own this land. And the neighbors are already enjoying that little park. I see them playing in it all the time. So, and we're just asking for the city's help in trying to move forward with the final phase of this redevelopment. So I guess in saying that, I'd like to request some kind of seed money in the 25-26 budget, just to maybe look at a feasibility study or study options, get some kind of price to see what it would take to move forward on this. And thank you for my comments, considering my comments.
Thank you.
All right.
And city manager, when is we've not even had our ribbon cutting yet, so much less consider improvement. That's coming up soon, right?
Yeah,
June?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, we are tentatively scheduled for June 7th to do the ribbon cutting on that park.
And we're looking at kind of a park ribbon cutting day, aren't we?
That's correct. You might have up to 3 facilities to cut the ribbon on that same day.
All right, that'll be fun. Thank you, Mr. Lidman. Let's start with Councilmember Encinas, and I'm going to go last this time. But any comments you'd like to offer? We'll work our way this way.
Yes, Mayor. I just wanted to say that this 25-26 budget truly reflects the shared commitment and reinforces our commitment to the quality of life of our residents. It prioritizes essential services, invests in community safety and infrastructure. It supports our neighborhoods and ensures that every dollar is spent with purpose and accountability. I wanted to thank all of our members of staff for putting this together, especially our budget team, and making this possible today. I want to thank our council members and mayor as well for putting this together. And yeah, look forward to our next coming year. Thank you.
Councilmember Poston.
Sure. Just very quickly, I wanted to say that I appreciate the process. You know, we've been working on this budget since back in October, I believe, and which means that it was very easy to prepare. There were no surprises really when, we went and took a look at the budget book. I mean, if you see it, I think everybody has seen kind of how huge it is. It's a little intimidating to get that and to take that home for some light reading. But, you've done such an excellent job. And they always say that you really know something if you can teach it. And I think our budget staff does an excellent job of explaining the budget in a way where if there are items that whether it's council doesn't understand, but also making it understandable to the public where their tax dollars are going and making it a very transparent process. And then just as a final note, I would like to thank my fellow council members for agreeing to get this one televised, because again, I think that speaks to the transparency of our city. And this is really the most important thing we do, is managing that budget and where those tax dollars are going and how we're going to find ways to serve our residents. And they should be able to have this accessible and easy. And I think we've done that. So I appreciate that too.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, today really speak to the fact that together we are truly stronger. And so we saw the demonstration of that with every department that came before us today. They were well prepared and to give us the information we needed. I appreciate the process because the fact is that I was able to see everything on here, even though I have my book color coded. I didn't have to go to every page that I intended to do because it came straight onto the screen. Thank you again for putting it in that format. It was really, truly enjoyable to do it. Out of the last 5 years that I've been here, this is the most enjoyable one that I have ever had. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Matt. And to my colleagues here, thank you again for allowing me to be voiceful sometimes when we were discussing these things in the background, and then to come up here today and see that we are pretty much have a consensus on how we want to move this city forward. That really truly is a testament that together we are stronger. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. I was telling the city manager and Dawn the other day, we were going over some last minute budget stuff, how it used to be. I'm gonna take you down memory lane a little bit. We only saw the budget late May. It was a 4-hour session, 2 days between 5 and 9. And my first budget, what I participated in, went to 11:30 one night, and then at 12 something or 2 o'clock the next night. That's the first time we saw it. And I'm not saying that was a bad process or a good process, but to look at how this process has developed in all these years, it's truly a much better process. As several council members alluded to the mayor earlier, we spent about 12 to 15 hours going over this budget, not to mention any sidebar meetings or hourly, follow-up questions. And I would say we're probably at about 20 hours in this budget before we got here today, the council as a whole. It's great. So whether I spend my 20 hours over a 9-month period or my 20 hours over 2 days, I rather spent it this way. So thanks staff for that. The other thing, as several council members mentioned already, is you don't have to pick up a news article today to see that cities are struggling, particularly in our valley. And there's myriad of reasons why they're struggling. I can honestly say to our residents, as I've been talking to them over the last year, that we are in great financial shape. And we alluded to earlier today with that curve of the next 5 years, that curve did not look good in year number 3, which would have been next year when we looked at it 2 years ago. So we're doing the right things. We have the right fiscal policies in place, and we're adhering to those policies. And I know our staff is regularly looking at our budget. So again, I'm glad it's being televised. Thank Councilmember Poston for pushing hard on that. I think it's fair that they could get this televised and folks could look at it. And any positive calls, you could call me, but any negative ones, give the mayor a call.
Thank you. I was thinking about when Matt was talking about the budget process, and I was just trying to figure out if it was written on stone or was it written on paper.
Papyrus, compromise.
No, I love Matt. He's good people. All right. But getting back to business, first of all, the passing, the working of this budget, it really signifies the commitment that staff has made to making sure that our residents are being put first. And each department took time, hours, days on end to work together to put together something that is sound, that really is reflective of what our community needs really is. And they do this by being fiscally prudent, and they do this by also making sure that our customers, our residents, are first. And one of the particular things that I really appreciate about what staff does during this process, it really is a sacrifice to their families and the other parts of their life, because they're spending time making sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. And you've seen today a very thoughtful, very focused, a very, I like to think, a very committed, dedicated approach. And very much our community needs that. And so the budget demonstrates fiscal responsibility and transparency. And it's crucial that we manage our resources wisely while still providing essential services for those that is here. And the collaboration, as you can see, that some departments are collaborating together to make sure that these needs are are being met. But I want to commend the collaboration among the city, my city colleagues who's here today, and the community stakeholders, as you guys just heard from Dwayne today, which is great. But it reflects a united effort to make our city a better place to live. And there are some challenges that will come up in the future, but I do believe that our budget is so solid, it will be able to address those issues that may come up no matter what, because we have such an outstanding budget team led by our amazing CFO and, and managed by our city manager. So I'm really just really proud to be in this process. And after 8 months of doing this, I just want to tell the staff, thank you so much for making my job a little bit easier, making it so simple. And I want to thank the directors for getting back with me very quickly about questions that I had through the process. But again, what an amazing process to go through. And I will say this as I land the plane. Um, City Manager, thank you for making sure that there were more meetings for us to have to talk about the budget. So it's not just a one-time process, but we get a chance to see this information multiple times. And we had multiple times to have questions answered. And some days we were doubling, where Dawn was talking to us about it. And then, it was that. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Councilmember Hawkins.
All right. I just want to say today has been great. It's the first time around, and you guys are setting the baseline for next year. So no 20-hour days, please. But no, thank you. I feel that this year's budget really just follows all of our previous years, reflecting the commitment of the fiscal responsibility. I know you guys have spent a million hours trying to fine-tooth comb through this and make sure that everything looks as good as it possibly can. So it seems well thought out for our staff, by our staff, and specifically for our residents, which is very easy for us to represent. The investments that were presented, they seem timely and most importantly prioritized, which I appreciate. So thank you for doing that for us. And I want to say one of the things that I really value is that Chandler's a leader in so many of the different areas. So Team Chandler, thank you guys for everything and appreciate all the time and energy you put into it.
Yeah, Council, thank you for insightful comments. And, Matt, I agree with you, I think the process continues to improve. And if we put 20 hours into this, I suspect Dawn has probably put 100 hours, if not more, or Matt. Plus, Matt's had to hone his jokes continually. But we're appreciative of all the work that goes on behind the scenes to give us good information, to be able to actively listen and have input. And speaking of input, I'm really appreciative. There's been a couple times on this budget where at one point we said, are we going to leave the property tax the same or whatever? And you guys came up with more solutions. And when we talked about water, wastewater, some other models, and you guys responded quickly with some more models for consideration. And we're grateful for this. We, as political leaders and community leaders, we want to be responsive to the community, but candidly, with the wastewater, et cetera, we are far from experts and we need the valuable input. And as I look at this budget and just the state of the city, I mean, we're in the good spot we are. There's some natural graces like a deep aquifer, but I really attribute this budget is good because we've had a lot of good budgets, and there's been fiscal restraint on this council and previous council. This council recently at our recent retreat really embraced and expressed a desire to continue to look long-term at issues and problems. And budgets reflect those kind of things when we look long-term. We're not kicking the can down the road with this budget. The city to our west is doubling their impact fees this year. The city to our east is having to do incredible increases to catch up with water, wastewater, and other things. And I've appreciated this council and previous councils by really addressing and wanting to resolve things rather than get to them in the future. And it's my challenge to other cities is make the hard decisions today because they will bring the rewards tomorrow. And I think that's one of the greatest superpowers or lessons that we have to others is bite the bullet today and make hard decisions. And these water decisions that we're making with hundreds of thousands of dollars those are hard pills to swallow in terms of the overall amount. But we know that it's the right decision because we will be benefiting not only future councils but future residents that will just take for granted that there's water and there's no problem with these things because of the right decisions council that you are making today and staff is bringing to this. So I'm very grateful to council for wanting to look long-term, for staff for bringing us great solutions, but also giving us alternatives when we're asking for them as well. So Chandler's a leader, but it's because of prudent fiscal policies, fiscal restraint, not chasing a lot of shiny items, but sticking to the core things like water and safety and streets that really give us the ability to be able to have a variety of choices rather than be stuck with just some bad choices in front of us. And I'm grateful for staff for continuing to put us in that spot that we can make these good decisions. And as I mentioned, by mentioning Councilmember Rowe is, the decision and the conversations that we're having up here today, uh, future councils a decade from now are going to reflect maybe not on the conversations we're having, but the decisions that we're making will benefit them and will continue to reverberate. So I appreciate you all and the staff behind it. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I want to thank you for all the comments, all the kind words for staff, and want to commend you as well. This is a big process for all of you. You all have lives, you all have jobs, you all have other things that take up your time. And so to dedicate this much effort over the last 8 months is truly remarkable. And we are so appreciative for all the feedback that you provided us, helping us get to this point today. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Mayor. Chandler is in such a unique spot. We all talk as professionals with our colleagues in other cities, and they don't get to have meetings that are quite as enjoyable as this one because they are facing some difficult decisions about revenues and expenditures and how to keep things in line. And it really is because of good decision making you've made these last few years, especially things like the way we used those one-time dollars from ARPA and AC Cares and didn't get ahead of ourselves with those things. We've reinvested one-time dollars into ongoing savings like PSPRS. Those decisions were hard at the time because there were always temptations to do something more. And yet you made those hard decisions that have taken us to this day. And so we are incredibly appreciative because it makes our jobs easier now that we are facing this next era of the economy. So thank you for doing the hard work. And I hope you can see today from our staff how passionate they are and how much they enjoy meeting your vision and your expectations, bringing you innovative ideas, and just serving this great community of Chandler. We can even get excited about self-contained breathing apparatus, for goodness sake, right? So I thought Tom was going to say lasers were going to shoot out of it next if we let him keep going. So we love the work that we do. We're so excited to continue to support you and your great vision for this city. And again, thank you so much for your leadership today and throughout this entire process.
Thank you.
And Council, we've got a few decisions left in the upcoming months related to this budget. And as soon as we're done with that, I guess we'll start on the next one.
That's right. The next month.
But for tonight, there's only one thing left to do.